So like, you ever figure out the problem set denial?
And it's very possible. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't.
And just we're gonna table it.
I'd say 30%.
We're saying it's water fountain
But
here.
it's like,
I
it's
do.
probably
I'm
better
all
than
to the left.
at the very end.
Just for sake, forgot to get out.
That's in the friends.
Oh.
And I think that's more comfortable with that. I get where they're coming from. Like this,
Just
I would like to reach out. I told them to read the co-op apps, but I don't know. Or they you do.
See you in the gallery.
anyway, so.
Okay.
For years, like, no, I don't. You know,
University.
We should start basing it.
I know. I know. I know.
That's also that. Very flexible.
on top of that.
Like,
That
I don't think they get.
Like,
And also,
into relationships.
so that's frustrating. That's what I'm saying.
Wait, what is the other?
I'm imagining your sweaters.
I just felt really hot sitting all over my phone.
Oh, that's
And especially my laptop.
Yeah, so that's the.
Yeah, that makes really
It's not like something that happens, like, when like, I don't know, right now, I'm just.
So I changed the camera. This.
It's working.
Is it on?
I think so. It sounded like it.
Good.
Sure.
No, wait, I know for the past.
I literally don't know what to do today. Also, big for, there's no like. I mean, they don't have a lot of power here, but there's nothing.
No, that's fine. I mean, even if there was, I wouldn't really put one on other than I don't think.
That's not
Only Wednesday. I love that art. It's very trippy. I could be an acquired taste. Big fan of. Yeah, was it science fiction?
Really?
Yeah, I would say this is a science fiction. It's science fiction-y.
It's certainly sciencey and definitely fiction.
Yeah.
Not
It's got
based.
some interesting vibes going on.
Hi Julie, how are you?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh. Cool. Bad the art. Well,
I like never seen this plan.
You're right there. It's really
Like, that was after elementary.
She's our academic.
I'm sorry.
Not smart. But I don't think you.
Yeah.
What happened?
This is like.
That's okay, when I got like think of my favorite responses, everyone's like, thank you. I'm like, I'm dumb. I'm like not finished my That's the chicken. Okay, well I gotta wash my hands. Yes.
Okay.
Consider yourself informed.
You need somewhere to be. I need somewhere to be. I can't be sitting by myself right now.
I bet 9:30.
You know?
I'm calling it 9:30.
For you.
But I.
Come over there.
But if I take. Oh.
I'm gonna do it.
Coming with me.
I put it in my phone. In a minute, then I will.
Okay, doing this.
I have a nice little break and distraction today. I'm going to Carl Sultan House. Oh yeah, how was that? How's John Carl? I love John.
Hello, fellas.
I like that you call him
Six.
Yeah.
As back.
He's right.
Lorena.
Really good. There's no, but I'm already there. I am. 3 hours.
I got 2 weeks. It's a great year. What's the blue ball?
I've never seen it here.
Yeah. Bro.
I feel.
Probably the best one.
Who would have thought?
They're not.
Hey, go get him. Not me, but I love it.
I just I didn't. Good. Wait.
Okay, also there's snacks right there.
You go on the app, to go to sign in, you go to. It's still, yeah. Oh, yeah, you go through the line. Oh, okay. Oh, I like six. Take this on.
I was like, you don't say like.
Like, I'm gonna stay a couple minutes late.
Hey.
It's not
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just cool. I would. Yeah, and my and join everything. Oh, you're having it there.
This is like artistic, it is. It's that, it's so artistic vibe, it's like, I don't know, like. I like your shirt.
I saw her name on the agenda and I was like, no, it's not.
Things never change.
I told time to use my credentials.
Everyone finds their way back. It's very good.
Yeah.
Hi, man. It's nice to meet you. That's fine. As long as she uses nothing.
Can you send me? It's not-
Like.
Yes.
So much.
I'll teams with you right now.
So she's gonna run for.
You give it up there. You're done.
I'm excited that I'm doing cleaning from here today.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice President and co-host. All right, let's see.
That's the wave we need to do.
Yes, I am. I miss the art. I honestly, even though as much as I.
David, I just sent it to you. Can we say till the break?
Yeah.
Yes.
They messed up this. Okay, yeah, they're trying to fix it.
The great people messed up
The great people at the
messed it up.
scheduling the event service. Yeah.
But it was a sincere accident. It won't happen again.
It was, no, it won't. Now, Joe.
I could go up there. What if I had?
This is literally.
It's official, like.
What if I sat up there? So here.
It's supposed to be rubbish. It's supposed to be sitting up there. We're gonna find it there.
I can be from it. I can be from it. Curly hair. Where he at though?
Yeah.
Where he at though? I'm just gonna cross the street. So. Baseball stadium? I'm still.
And I wonder how much people did that.
Like, take her walking. Okay. It's been different person. Oh, okay. Sorry. When I was looking at Victoria. Okay, it's okay. Okay, it's good. I'll just start every time. In YouTube, their last names are all very. Yeah. No, you don't get away. Yeah. And then career against the Yetta.
Yeah.
I know, they're not in. Like never like, they're not missing that, they're not like when he's going out, you can see his. But I totally. Yeah, she was second.
Dude, I still like physically.
Are you having?
No, that's my whole team.
That time of the day, folks.
All right, good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here. I don't know what happened to CFC.
And a little bit of.
Whoa, Daniel definitely playing Pokemon.
All right. Well, thank you all for being here today, especially after how crazy this week has been. I do appreciate you taking the time to be here with us tonight. In a moment, senators will begin introductions, and we're lucky enough today invited the ASUO president and the Senate to be with us tonight. So I'll begin. My name is Talib Lopez-Duboc, Senate Seat 8, Department's Finance Committee, the ASUO Senate President. And the question of the day is, what's your favorite pasta shape? I did provide senators with the link to the pasta dictionary. And so hopefully I'm excited to hear your answer. Mine is, it's like the spiral one. You know what it looks like?
You look at the dictionary, rotate. No, not
It's spiral.
rotate. Is it the macaroni corkscrew or?
Yes, that one.
Okay.
Macaroni or no, yes, that's it. Okay.
Fantastic.
Here we go. Goodbye.
Hello, my name is Miriam. I'm this year's ASO president. Oh, wow. I think my favorite is the one that looks like a bow tie.
Holly.
Yeah.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Ichia Paku. I am the ASUO Vice President, she, her pronouns, and my favorite pasta shape is pastina pasta.
Ayuki, everybody. My name is Marisol Peters. I'm Senate Seat 2 PFC, and my favorite pasta type is the same as Talib's. He stole my answer, but it's because it's the best for making mac and cheese.
Potter, are you yes.
Hello. Should I introduce myself?
Yes, please, we can hear you just fine.
Okay. Hi, I'm Eleanor Potter, Senate Seat 6 CFC, and my favorite pasta shape is like the pinwheel shape.
Awesome, thank you, Eleanor.
My name is Jordan Ackman, CFCO 7, and I would say angel hair at the moment.
Hi everyone, my name is Victoria Pinheiro. I use she, her pronouns. I'm Senate Seat 9 DFC, and my favorite is fettuccine for sure.
Hello, everybody. My name is Priscilla Moran. I use she, her pronouns. I'm Senate Seat 10, DFC, and Senate Treasurer. And after thinking long and hard about this, I've decided that I can get down with pretty much any pasta shape besides angel hair. I'm really sorry. Hi guys, my name is Jess Fisher, Senate Seat 11. I think my favorite pasta shape is ravioli, but I don't know if that counts.
Absolutely.
Okay, perfect. There you go.
I'm Rachel Withers. I use she, her pronouns. I'm Senate Seat 11. And I'm going to have to second Ackerman. My favorite pasta shape is angel hair. Hello, everybody. My name is Ruth Ramirez Panetta. I use she, her pronouns. I am Senate Seat 13. And honestly, my favorite pasta, I think, would be rigatoni. I think it's a classic. Can't go wrong.
Hey everyone, my name is Subu, Senate Seat 14. He, him pronouns. My favorite pasta would be ravioli.
Hi everyone, my name is Bella Esbeck. She, her pronouns, Senate Seat 16, College of Design, School of Music and Dance. And I would say tortellini.
I'm Francesca Pactalunan, Senate Seat 17, she, her pronouns.
Hi y'all, my name is Liz Scrooge, Senate Seat 18, School of Journalism and Communication, she, her pronouns. I agree with a lot of you, but I think it's because I agree most with Priscilla and the fact that I love all pasta, except spaghetti and angel hair. What? I will eat it. That's like a last resort though for me. Yeah, and I would say if I had to pick a favorite though, as I said, I do love all pasta, but I guess I like bow tie. I reach for bow tie the most in my cabinet. Out of my 5 different pastas I have.
Good evening, everyone. Baby Dylan, Senate Seat 19, and favorite pasta shape, probably the noodle shape, like fried noodles. So good.
What are you talking about?
Like a spaghetti shape, like the noodle shape. It's the same thing, isn't it?
Hello, everyone. My name is Erin Ludeman. I am Senate Seat 20 and Academic Committee Vice Chair. I'm just discovering my favorite right now, and it is the ditalini.
Describe the shape.
They're small tubes. Okay, they're like so easier, but they're small mini ones. I've had them before. They're
like mac and cheese.
No, not like mac and cheese. No more comments.
Hello, everyone. My name is Andrew Ducharme, PM. I represent graduate students in the College of Design and in the College of Arts and Sciences. My favorite is poutine.
Hello, my name is Joanne Wu. I'm Senate Seat 15. I go by she, her pronouns. And I love bow tie. And I don't know why, like bow tie pasta. I just think it's so cute, so adorable. And I don't know, you can use it for anything.
Thank you. Cole?
Hi, my name is Emily Cole. I use she, they pronouns. I represent students. And I think my favorite would also be noodle shaped.
Thank you.
Angel hair.
We got 2 votes.
Really funny.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Maddie. I am a clerk, and my favorite shape of pasta is spaghetti, but I do not like angel hair.
Hi, everyone. My name is Carrie Garrity. I am Senate Vice President, PFC Chair, Senate Seat 1. And I'm just now looking at my favorite pasta shape, and I think that it's tortellini.
And I do recognize this wasn't a very gluten sensitive question, so I appreciate it. Okay, great. Do we have a senator today to read the letter? Fisher.
University of Oregon is located on Calapooya in the traditional indigenous homeland of the Calapooya people.
Following treaties between 1851 and 1855, California people were dispossessed of their indigenous homeland by the United States government and forcibly removed to the Coast Reservation in Western Oregon. Today, California descendants are primarily citizens of the Confederated Tribes of the Grand Ronde and the Confederated Tribes of Siletz Indians. They continue to make important contributions to their communities, to the UO, to the land now known as Oregon, and to the world. And following the Indigenous Protocol of acknowledging the original people of the land we occupy, we also extend our respect to the 9 federally recognized Indigenous nations of Oregon, the Burns Paiute Tribe, the Confederated Tribes of Coos, Lower Umpqua, and Siuslaw Indians, the Confederated Tribes of the Grand Ronde, the Confederated Tribes of Select Indians, the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation, the Confederated Tribes of Warm Springs, the Coquille Tribe, the Cow Creek Band of Umpqua Tribe of Indians, and the Fife Tribes. We express our respect to the many more tribes who have ancestral connections to this territory, including the Chinook Indian Nation and the Fort McDermott, Paiute, and Shoshone tribes, as well as to all other displaced Indigenous peoples who call Oregon home.
I move to approve the agenda.
Seconded, True. Motion made by Dylan, seconded Cole. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Other? Great, thank you, Senator Fisher. Before we get started tonight, really get into it, I want to remind senators to use the microphone, and also when you're raising your placard, make sure you raise it high enough. Sometimes we all go at the same time. Okay, great. Do we have anyone saving for announcements? Oh, no, sorry. We'll let us bring it first. Thank you, Rob.
Already on, okay. Hi, Paul. Happy week 6, hi. I am going to give a quick update on some of the work that we're doing on our oceans campaign here in Oregon right now. In particular, our work to drive getting the U.S. Department of Fish and Wildlife to move forward with the next steps of our sea otter reintroduction process by September of 2025, and some of the visibility work we're going to be doing on campus to make that happen. In particular, I want to talk about the Youth Ocean Summit that our organization is partnering up with a series of nonprofit organizations and groups like the Oregon Coast Aquarium and the Oregon Coastal Institute for Marine Biology to bring students together here on campus at the University of Oregon next Saturday to launch our Youth Oceans movement on campus and really bridge the gap between political advocacy work to protect our coast and protect our environment and the public education that just needs to be happening along the I-5 corridor. That being said, really to take a step back though, we know that our oceans are part of what makes Oregon just a really special place to be living, right? Not are they only home to thousands of different marine mammals and species, they are one of the absolute largest carbon sinks in the world, making them a really critical ally in the fight against climate change. And then underlying all of that, like, I'm pretty sure every person in this room has gone to a body of water and liked it. In particular, the Oregon coast. They're a really special place where we can go to reconnect with nature and the world around us, helping us build up better cultures of sustainability and advocacy in our generations for years to come. That being said, our oceans are under pretty significant threat right now, and it's young people as the generation that are going to inherit all of these problems, from biodiversity loss to climate change to a series of other things that are impacting young people. And so Environment Oregon, OSPERG, students, and another number of those other community partners are going to be coming together to host our Youth Ocean Summit on campus next Saturday, November 16th. The summit's going to include a lot of things, from panels on issue experts, trainings from environmental organizers and advocates around how to mobilize your community and lobby your elected officials and bring about making social change, peer-to-peer education, how to organize your peers around the environment and around climate advocacy, briefings on key issues all across the Pacific Northwest, from saving our salmon population, which is a really hot button issue here in the Northwest, to protecting and safeguarding Oregon's underwater kelp forests, as well as career workshops where students can learn and workshop how to create and promote their own career in climate advocacy, as well as work to make the world a more sustainable place. And so, one, we want to invite all of you guys to the Ocean Summit next next Saturday. I will go ahead and send all of you guys the link to RSVP on our website, as well as some more information about the event. And then 2, to pass it along to anyone in your networks who you think might be interested. So if you guys are partners with the Sustainability Center, just groups of students on campus who you think would benefit and like to participate in a day-long summit about making social change to protect our environment here on campus, feel free to pass that information along to them, and we will obviously believe the more the merrier. And so I'm going to pass it over to Callie to talk a little bit more about our election work, and then we'll wrap up.
Hi. So as Oxford, we often talk about how the earlier someone votes, the more likely they're going to do so for the rest of their lives. So I'm confident that the work that we put in over the last several months helps create many new lifetime voters. Seeing the photos and reading the stories from all of our hard work gave me a glimpse of what a culture of civic engagement can look like. Making voting fun, accessible, and impactful for our campus communities. Nationwide, we were able to help over 600,000 students find their polling places, bring the right IDs, find rides to the polls, and get answers to their questions about the voting process, with the majority of those contacts coming just in the last day. Here at the University of Oregon, we held an election day event in collaboration with UL Athletics, the Holden Center, the Office of Governance and Community Relations, and some of you all. We passed out I voted stickers, we had cute vote totes, we had candy, and studentvote.org bottle openers, which were certainly a hit. We talked to students about where they were voting from and had an interactive map for students to present in where they voted from. And we talked to students to help them develop a plan to vote if they hadn't done so already, giving them the resources they need in order to have their vote count in election. Overall, we have helped over 500 students get registered to vote, made over 5,000 get out to vote contacts, and reached over 12,000 students on campus through our efforts. That being said, thank you. That being said, if anyone would like to debrief the election or talk about what comes next and our strategy for making social change in 2025, please feel free to reach out. We're more than happy to talk. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you guys. Bob.
Hi, good evening, y'all. My name is Ravi. I speak in pronouns. Favorite pasta used to be before I became gluten sensitive. The little ones in the can that look like letters, you know, I like those. Okay, so I know this is already not a great week, but we're thinking about what's been happening with FSL lately, what's been happening at the frats, and we really want to do something to sort of collaboratively and like with the best intentions possible, work on fixing this like terrible issue of campus safety that we're experiencing lately on our campus. And in light of that, I was talking with our Secretary of Health, Fiona, who's not here right now. She's in Portland with her family, but she'll be back soon. And she and I were thinking of leading a working group together with FSL presidents, the presidents of frats and sororities, and any exec officers that are interested. And we have a couple of us tonight, as well as any legislative officers that are interested as well, and several non-ASUO officer students that have reached out to us as well in light of what's happened at frats lately, in order to kind of brainstorm some ideas of improving reporting, making changes to the way that the university's FSL department handles these issues, because it certainly could use support, and overall just improving our students' well-being. And so I would welcome a motion to create such a working.
Robbie, thanks. So Robbie came to me yesterday, and we actually had a nice lunch on this next campus, and they're camping issue for us to tackle. So, with that being said, I moved to form the working group, fraternity and sorority life safety. Motion made by Linda, seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Thank you so much. And if you're interested in joining that working group, the resolution will be less of a traditional resolution in the sense that it's like what ASUO thinks. It'll be more of a resolution, kind of along the lines of the Protect the Powwow resolution, and that it will be like an aggregation of like action items and like substantive change that just gets kind of codified in a resolution, if that makes sense. And so the actual work, like the working group, is the important part, not the final resolution that comes out of it. It's like the substantive change that comes of that working group. So if you're interested in joining that, you can Teams me or Fiona. Thank you.
Hello. As some of you know, this year I'm running an environmental legislative campaign with Osprey students called the Better Bag Ban campaign. The Better Bag Ban bill aims to close the loophole in our current plastic bag ban / legislation, which was passed in 2019. Manufacturers unfortunately found a loophole in this bill that said that you can still give out reusable bags. So what they did was make these bags thicker and call them reusable, but I don't think any of us are using our Dave's Hot Chicken bag 100 times. So we are trying to close this loophole by passing the bag ban and cut back on the plastic pollution problem. And as with most Osprey campaigns, there's a bigger picture and a goal that goes beyond a legislative win. Passing the bag ban means pushing against our culture of overconsumption and the normalization of using something for 15 minutes that will have an impact for hundreds of years. And just speaking as myself, I know that in light of recent events, it's pretty hard to feel hopeful about making social change, but I can say confidently that the advocacy and organizing I've done with Osprey has given me a lot of hope and gives me hope for young people and our ability to make change around issues we care about. So with that being said, I would like to move to form a working group for the resolution in support of the Better Bag Ban bill.
Second,
Motion made by Marina, second by Withers.
Aye. Please teams me if you're interested.
Sign the petition. Okay, do we have anyone else here tonight for announcements?
Quickly, seconded the narrative sorority scrum.
Anybody else? No? Anyone else? Do we have anyone here for public forum? Okay, great. Financial business, financial status update, surplus is standing at $1,080,000. And unallocated reserve is $35,494. And before we get into the rest of the requests, we thought that it was pertinent for the Surplus Accessibility Committee to sort of present on some of its findings and what we've been talking about, especially heading into the rest of the budget season. To comment on what I got stuff today. So I was going to yield to Chair. No, you can speak. I mean, you can do whatever you like. I don't want to. Okay.
Okay, great. Can you possibly put it on the screen for me? And does the link lead you to the actual document? Yeah. Okay, great. So if everyone can pull it up just so we can see what we're talking about.
Can I preface this really quick for anyone in the gallery? The Senate has been trying really hard to work on a set of priorities that we fund or that we will use to uniformly fund student orgs and different requests. That way that way it's more equitable. And so that's been the task of the Surplus Accessibility Committee. This is sort of how we've sent a survey to all the senators. This is sort of stuff that so you can explain this much better than I can.
Great. Thank you. Okay, yeah, that was a great preface. I also just want to preface, and I put this specifically in the document, so if people are referring it to me in the future, these are not rules, these are financial priorities, which we can use as guidelines to help us think about what questions we're asking student orgs when they come here, and also help you as a senator think about how impactful the money that we allocate is, how impactful it is to the student body, because ultimately that's our job. So the first kind of section that we talked about was unallocated reserve, and this took a lot of research and a lot of discussion, but ultimately the committee has decided that the best way to achieve our goal of spending surplus in a responsible manner, as well as helping the program's finance committee allocate less of their budget to unallocated reserve, is to ultimately not use unallocated reserve, and we came down to 3 points for that. So for one, unallocated reserve comes out of PFC's budget. I have the language from the ASUO Constitution there, but the big thing to highlight is that they can allocate up to 1.5% of their budget every year, and that is tied to the IFE. The second part of this is that we have Senate Rule 11.7B, and that is the rule that allows us to pull from surplus for unallocated reserve requests. And we've been doing that. Again, it comes with as long as all three-fourths of all filled seats agree to that, and we've been practicing that with no problem so far. The last point here to highlight is that unallocated reserve is a carry forward account. So if we stop using it this year, that money is not going to get flushed back into surplus, which was kind of what we originally thought. It will just stay there and gradually build up to kind of hopefully give future Senates that security of not having to like just think about unallocated reserve requests a little bit more. The second part of this is the guidelines we put on surplus. Again, after a lot of discussion, we came to the conclusion that surplus should be spent with the following guidelines in mind. So we separated events in two ways. One is for conferences and retreats. We kind of were just looking at like how much student orgs usually request for this type of thing, and we came up with the number of that no more than $1,000 should be allotted to each student participating. For events, we split it up in two. One is recurring annual events and guest speakers that have the capacity to serve about and above 250 students. And that we came to no more than $1,000 should be allocated for each student participating. And then our second category is smaller events that have the capacity to serve under 250 students. And that is that no more than $5,000 should be allotted for the event total. And again, these are just guidelines. You have to still take every request individually and think about it. But this is just kind of, again, guidelines for us to kind of think about things and not just kind of arbitrarily make decisions, even though you should be doing that. Does anyone have questions I can answer?
Garrity, Sprout, Littleman. No.
I just wanted to say on Monday, this idea was brought to PFC and PFC voted unanimously after our budget hearings to officially suggest to Senate that we no longer spend unallocated reserve because it is a carry forward account. And if we don't spend it, then it will go into next year's unallocated reserve budget, and where PFC is at right now, we don't know how much of the benchmark that we're requesting tonight is going to be able to be allotted to unallocated reserve next year. So take that as you will.
Sprout.
You just say again how this affects groups who might not have a budget, because I know that that's been a topic and there's been some changes to that recently, but could you just reiterate for us how if a student group doesn't have a budget, that if they can still like make an unallocated request, it'll just be pulled from surplus regardless, or like if they I just want to make sure that student groups who don't have a budget for this fiscal year but are working in the ASUO process like get their money.
Yeah, so it's just kind of the same way that we have been deciding on allocated reserve. I know we haven't had like a full number of like when we should pull from unallocated reserve and when we should pull from surplus, but ultimately that rule just lets us take all that money from surplus, so we don't have to touch unallocated reserve, and like we check with Becky and stuff. Yeah. So we just have to basically use it the way that we have been using it, and we haven't had a problem with it so far.
So they would still just make a request from unallocated, and we would just like in our motion just be like, hey, we're actually just gonna put this from surplus, more or less.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Per the SOPS form that is like, you know, the surplus and unallocated reserve form, they're the exact same form, but SOPS has it set up so that you have options of like, my organization went through the budget process and had an allocated budget, or you have the other option of my organization has not gone through the budget process or did not receive an allocated budget for this year. And so because of that option, orgs are like forced to select unallocated reserve. And so that's why we've been like having discrepancies of, are we pulling from unallocated reserve, or are we pulling from surplus? So it's not, I wouldn't necessarily say, especially after the Senate rules revision, it's not like a hard set rule that works have to pull from unallocated reserve. It's more of just the way that the fund is set up that is the reason why they're pulling from
We would
unallocated
just
reserve.
pull from surplus in the motion.
Say that again?
We would just pull from from surplus in the motion
Yes.
regardless, yeah.
Yes.
That's, yes, Ludwig.
I was just curious if there was any possibility that we could amend the rules to just allow new works to pull from surplus instead of just like going through this.
Well, I think the reason why, and you can speak to this more, but I think one of the reasons why is when we set this up is so like this is listed. So that way, other sides have the discretion to have they want to use discretion. I mean, we could do that in the rules of constitution, and we will be voting to adopt this discussion. Sure.
Wait, can I add?
Sorry, yes.
Sorry, just to answer your question a little bit more too, like, this is very specific to us in our situation with like $1 million surplus, like, we are trying to lower that amount, because it's not fiscally responsible for us to have that right now. But in future years, like when surplus isn't so high, there will be a need for unallocated reserve, and so this is just kind of right now how we want to function this, and like in the future, if it's similar situations, it can also function that way, but I think we still need to kind of keep the option of unallocated reserve open for, future instances like that, but I yield.
Ducharme. I think that I think the route we should take forward is simply suspend Senate Rule 11.7B until the end of the fiscal year. I keep it in the Senate rules, but the way it's currently set up, does add this kind of extra step that, we are potentially voting today to say that we don't want to use. I'll also point out that the way that the rules are currently set up, it's possible that, we will have agreed to this, to basically ignoring this rule, but then if there's a disagreement on unallocated reserve requests, say 2/3 of senators vote in favor of funding an unallocated reserve request, well then the money couldn't come out of surplus because of Senate Rule 11.7B. So to prevent this weird edge case that might prevent courts from getting funding and to make sure that we don't pull from unallocated reserve, I think that maybe next Senate meeting we should consider suspending it until the end of this year. Or I yield.
And just in response to that, I mean, I'm always open to entertaining a motion to suspend it. Ramirez, for that.
My first question was, so when this gets passed, it's just a suggestion, it's not like every single, okay. Second was, was it 1,000 per student or 100 per student?
For which one are you specifically?
Sorry, for surplus for conference and retreats, I think you said 1,000.
So because we're also thinking about the nature of conferences and retreats, those usually have room and board, you get food most of the time, so we kind of came up with the number of 1,000 for each student, and
So 1,000 for retreats per student, and then it was 100 per student when it's a guest speaker over 250, if more than 250 students are in attendance.
Yes, so if an event has the capacity, so let's say it's in the Redwood Auditorium, we know that place has capacity to serve 500 people or something, so then we would kind of follow that guideline of, well, maybe we should think before we approve more than $100 being allotted to each student for an event like that. Great, it's kind of the philosophy there.
Is there any more discussion on this? I move to adopt the Senate financial priorities from 2024-2025.
Second.
Question made by Lopez to Brown, second by Carey. Peters.
Aye.
Maham. Potter.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Pinheiro.
Aye.
Alright. Fisher.
Aye.
Withers.
Aye.
Ramirez Pineda.
Aye.
Nagaraj. Aye. Hesper.
Aye.
Wu.
Aye.
Talima.
Aye.
Sprout.
Aye.
Gilman.
Aye.
Wu. Ducharme. Aye. Cole.
Aye.
Yeah. I see this one. Thank you for your work. Okay. Next on our agenda is the unallocated reserve request from women in creative industries. I understand they're online, but we will entertain the particular. Yes.
Second.
Are you able to hear me?
Women in creative.
Made by Cole, seconded by Nero, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Great, okay, go for it.
Are you able to hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Kennedy. I'm the Vice President of Women in Creative Industries, and I also manage the finances. I just heard a discussion about the allocated reserve and the surplus, so I'm not quite sure if I requested from the right. Can you still hear me okay?
Yeah, I'm sorry, hold on, Kenny. I thought this was gonna get better, and we're having a hard time.
Sorry. Can you hear me now?
No.
No? Oh God. What about?
It sounds like she's underwater, like earbuds.
Yeah, maybe the left.
Okay, what about now?
Oh, that's much better.
Is that better? I can take them
Yes.
with my headphones. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, yes, we can hear
Okay.
you.
Sorry about that. Okay, hi. I'm Kennedy. I'm the Vice President of Women in Creative Industries, and I also manage the finances. I just heard your conversation about allocated reserve and surplus. So I'm not sure if I requested from the right fund, but we were looking for $400 for the purchase of a banner for our club through UO Printing, which will take about half that money. I believe it's a little over $200 to get a full spread banner. And the rest of that will help us buy promotional supplies for the rest of our meetings this term, including flyers and posters for art shows that host all female events or all female students on campus.
Awesome, Kennedy, thanks so much. You submitted that. We're gonna go Cole and then Scrub.
Yeah, okay. I moved to authorize spending. I moved to authorize spending from surplus with Women in Creative Industries, OS number OS 348 in the amount of $400 to new line item name and
Oh, that was Joanne, sorry. Motion made by Cole, seconded as Beck. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Other? Great. Okay, have a good night, Kennedy. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Sean, you ready? Oi, ahoy.
I'm Sean from Puyo Hoy, and I'm their Director of Finance. And I believe that this is for an internal transfer for the band trip and our ski trip to be put into a line item just called trips. And we really just wanted that because we're planning to have a ski trip, but it's very like wishy-washy in terms of ASUO rules and insurance and all of that kind of stuff. So we wanted to make a general line item just in case the ski trip falls out, that we don't have to come to another shipless hearing to change that line item.
Awesome, thanks, Sean. Ludwig,
This sounds pretty general, so this will go ahead and make the motion. I move to transfer funds within group Puyo Hoy, OS number 039 from existing line item Ben Retreat to new line item trips in the amount of $300, and from this existing line item ski trip to new line item trips in the amount of $300 for a total of $600.
Second, Ramirez.
motion made by Ludwig, seconded by Ramirez, Pinella. In favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Great, thanks, Sean.
Yeah.
All right. Is Esther in with us, or somebody from the Neuro Science Lab? Awesome.
So my name is Jenny. I'm the co-president of the Neuroscience Club. And I'm here today to formally request a new line item and a line transfer within my budget. So specifically, we're requesting $1,000 transfer from the meetings budget line to the events budget line. The transfer funds will be used for our upcoming research panel event in week 8.
The neuroscience director will present and provide valuable resources from within the department. And additionally, we will host 6 UO students who have all participated in various research and internship opportunities within the field of neuroscience. And so when we initially requested for surplus funds, we did not specify that the meeting costs would contribute to special events such as this one. And so not only would this event provide insights and information, but also foster networking and meaningful connections among participants. And so we believe it is essential to ensure the event is well organized and funded in order to reach as many UO students who are interested in neuroscience and interested about learning different internship and research opportunities. Thank you for considering my request.
Thanks for being here, Jenny.
Thank you for being here. I move to transfer funds within Group Neuroscience Club OS number 358I from existing line item meeting costs to new line item event costs panel and end of term in the amount of $1,000.
Second, Scrub.
Motion made by Moving, second Scrub.
Aye.
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 In here.
Aye.
Otter.
Aye.
Moreno.
Aye.
Fisher.
Aye.
Williams.
Aye.
Rose.
Aye.
Avalanche. Aye. Woo. Woo.
Aye.
As
Aye.
active. Scrub.
Aye.
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 Fisher.
Aye.
Cole.
Aye.
Eric.
Aye.
And I say, have fun. Nikki, are you ready?
Familiar faces here. Hi, for those of you who don't know, my name is Ruthie. I am the Vice President and Treasurer of Taylor Swift Society. We are planning to host a drag show here in the EMU. Our plan initially was actually, I'm pretty sure it was this weekend, but we didn't plan well enough because we didn't get the labor costs from the EMU in time, so we couldn't get our contracts done in time. So basically, we're pushing our event to January 17th. So next year, winter term, and we need money to host the event. So that's kind of what I'm here for.
Thanks, Nikki. We'll just go over there, spin it, and then Cole.
I do just have one quick question, but I'm pretty sure everyone else is just fighting to take the motion. Could you reiterate what exactly the funds are for? It's the labor costs for the EMU.
Yeah, so I don't know the specific like line by line charge for the
That's okay. It's just like what is it? And it says like it's for a drag show, but what is the cost in the drag show?
The EMU, so we're trying to set up a stage and put in all the drag show performers, so that comes around 1,100. Our co-president worked with the EMU staff to figure out that number. Then we have guest snacks and drinks, so we got cleared that bottle. Water was fine. And then green room needs, which is basically just decor, and we're also trying to have a tabling for a nonprofit, which we're not too sure yet, so that's iffy, but there's decor charges, and then we have contracts, other thing. And then if the fundraiser goes through, then we have a raffling, so like they give money for the funding, and then they get a raffle ticket, and then we give a raffle prize, but since that's a little on the air right now, we were like, okay, if we get it, we get it. If not, we can always just send the money back at the end of the year.
Okay, cool. I yield.
Sorry, hand it to me. I was just gonna go ahead and make the motion. Did you have a question? I mean, yeah, but there are other.
You can ask a question, I'll see if there's, or you can make your question.
Yeah, you go ahead. Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't. I move to authorize spending from surplus to Taylor Swift Society OS number 333I in the amount of $2,551 new line item name direction. Second Wither.
Cole, is there any discussion? Rose.
Hi, I was wondering, what room in the EMU are you gonna hold this in?
Really sure.
Okay, and do you know how many
Yes.
people you anticipate to come?
So we did do a little Instagram survey, and assuming that we were going to do it in November, and we have an estimated yeses of like 200. But we haven't announced that we actually moved it, and no one's like mentioned us about it, so we're really keeping it on the low about it right now. But yeah, we're estimating for 200, but our events are a little like play on the hand when the day comes, because usually we have it during the week, but this is 90% sure it's a weekend. So we're just gonna have to
double check that.
Thank
you. Yeah, do you have any idea what the capacity of the room is, or it's okay if you don't?
I wouldn't. My cousin Julia would, because she does work in the venue. I might be totally giving you the wrong numbers for like attendance and stuff, but she's also the social media manager.
Okay.
But yeah.
Okay, and January 17th is a Friday. I yield. Thank you.
Marina and Lee.
Hello, thank you so much for being here. This event sounds really fun, and I'm sure you'll have a great turnout, whether it's 200 or whatever. But I think you mentioned briefly, but oh my gosh, what was I gonna ask? I left my mind. Oh, you are paying the performers to come?
Yes.
Okay, do you know how many there are gonna be as of now?
From our like November to January, we do have 6 yeses. But we did do 7, so I think we're still trying to find our next one, but even with 6, I think we have, because there's 2 hosts and everyone else is performers, so I think that's what we did in our budget request, because if we get another yes, then like obviously we can come back for some more. So right now it's.
That's good to know, thank you. I yield.
Blue.
Thank you for being here. Nice to see you again. Just to go off of Senator Wither's question, how many active members do you have in your kingdom?
I wouldn't know that on the top of my head.
Okay, no worries. And just to clarify, you said that you may come back for more surplus?
I don't think so right now, because everything was set when we submitted this for the first time. If in case like our performance situation changes, then potentially, but since we do have 6 yeses, it is pretty much set in stone. We just have to announce that we moved our event and I'll start contracts.
Sounds good. Thank you. I yield.
Great. Yes. No. Aye. Here.
Aye.
Marie.
Aye.
Aye. Withers.
Aye.
Aye.
Otter.
Aye.
Agarwal. Aye. Woo.
Aye.
Asbeck.
Aye.
Acton.
Aye.
Scrub.
Aye.
Still.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
Dusha. Nay. Cole.
Aye.
Gary.
Aye.
And I say this. Great. Do we have anyone from Native American Law Student Association?
Hello, my name is Alex Shadle. I am the treasurer for the Native American Law Student Association. And today we are requesting surplus funds, the amount of, I believe, $900 to help fund our trip to the National Native American Law Student Association Moot Court Competition in Las Vegas, Nevada. These additional funds would be primarily to provide per diem and pay travel expenses for our competitors, and to cover any potential costs that might arise with flights, concerned that since we're trying to book them so far out ahead.
Awesome. Thanks for being here.
Sorry, I have a quick question. So on the engage form filled out, it says 999. Are you requesting 999 or 900?
900. My apologies.
Oh, I yield.
Hi, thanks so much for coming. I'm just wondering how many people are you planning on sending?
Currently, we have 2 who are certain signing up. We have another 2 members who are interested in going as well. we'd have to determine whether or not we could afford to send them, which is part of the reason for the surplus request.
Okay, for sure.
Oh, we funded other moot courts, right? Okay.
There's a,
Yeah.
Yes.
We have like a, oh, sorry. Yeah, we have like a moot court, but then we also do have separate orgs who will take students to different competitions. So we have like like University of Oregon Law School competition moot court like organization, but then we also have other orgs. So we also have like a sports and entertainment law group taking a negotiations team to a negotiations competition. Like this is just what we do.
Sure, I was just like, did I remember? Okay, so moot court's like a thing then. Cool.
Yeah.
Good to know. Clarify, and I can just make the motion if anyone. I move to authorize spending from surplus to group Native American Law Student Association OS number 062 in the amount of $900 to the existing line item moot court competition.
motion made by Ackerman, seconded Peters. I have some discussion, actually. I have a question. So just for clarification, so this request is to send 2 people.
Currently, yes, we had 2 latecomers who requested to come. I hope to be able to send them as well. So that would also cover registration fees for their team.
Okay. Okay.
So total students, how many would you be sending?
Total 4.
4, okay, and then 2, so 2
Two
are
for sure.
already,
2 for
and then,
sure.
okay, great.
Okay, awesome, thanks. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Others? Have some. And I can make this one easy on everyone. I move to table the request from Saka.
Second, Dylan.
Motion made by Lopez, Dubois, seconded Dylan. There was no competition. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Other, great, just some background on that. Tom's had to deny their form because, actually, they don't know why. I don't either, but they told me they weren't gonna come, so they were tabling it for now. It's some retreat.
Hubba.
But now the Senate will be regular. Now it's my pleasure to invite up our elections board chair, David, to introduce. Thanks for being with us tonight, David.
Of course, always a pleasure.
Yeah, you can take it out too.
Sincere. Favorite pasta, I'd have to say fettuccine. I just like how it's a little thicker than spaghetti, so it's kind of fine. So with me tonight, I have 4 commissioners with me that I'm hoping to appoint. But before we get into the specific appointments, some prefaces. First of all, as you know, I started out saying that I wanted help with election, rewriting rules, procedures, and how the elections board operate, but then also how we advertise the election. I've been working with comms and they've been absolutely fantastic. So I feel like I don't need any more support on the advertising front. So sorry for casually saying this, but like I feel like we maxed out our legal stats with the elections board, and that was kind of my aim. So that's a preface. And then also, when I was first starting this recruiting cycle, I was only planning to hire 2 of them. Like you may recall, we had 2 stipend extensions, and those were the 2 people that I was planning to hire. But the candidates were just so great, and I liked everything that I was seeing that I just decided to appoint them all now, because might as well save all of us some headache. And then for the sake of redundancy, I want to emphasize that each person that I'm appointing today, in the interview, they made abundantly clear to me that they can stay neutral and composed in any situation where there's emotional intensity and conflict. And so all 4 candidates very much displayed that, and I would not be appointing them if that wasn't the case. So with that, I would like to start with Claire. I believe Claire should be on the Zoom.
Yeah, Claire's on the Zoom. Can you hear us okay, Claire?
Yes. Hi, how are you all today?
Great.
Woo! Okay, we're doing good. Thanks so much for being with us tonight.
All right, so short introduction of Claire. I am more than confident in her capabilities to act for the elections board, holding a master's degree in English and being a current JD candidate I know that she has the necessary skills to add to this team. I'm particularly drawn to her master's in English because I know, like I mentioned, we're going to be writing a lot of new procedures to, both improve transparency and also standardize how the elections board does things. So I'm looking forward to just, having her skill set to make sure that what we're saying is clear, concise, and powerful. So that's why I'm more than happy to appoint Claire as one of the elections board commissioners.
Awesome, Claire, well, if you wouldn't mind introducing yourself and a little bit more about you, then senators will have some questions and we'll, so take it away.
Certainly. I am a first-year law student here at University of Oregon Law, and I am interested in joining the elections board because I'm interested in, ensuring that elections are fair and accessible for all students. And I believe there was a pasta question earlier, and I must say ditalini is my choice. Any further questions?
The floor for questions for senators. Does anyone have any questions for Claire? Rios Panetta? We didn't even get you one over there.
I know you kind of touched on it, but could you kind of explain more why you wanted to get involved with elections board? Like maybe, I don't know if you have any personal examples or anything of that sort.
Yes, so I'm from the South, New Orleans specifically, but I spent quite a bit of time in Texas. And in Texas, voting was often quite an issue. I've stood in line for 3+ hours. Most times I voted. I was deputized to register folks to vote in Texas, but often faced a lot of pushback. I know that's not necessarily the case here in Oregon, but it's made me an advocate for fair elections and wherever that I choose to move, and I hope to continue that in this position. So,
thank you for your time.
Of course.
Cool. Yeah, I was just wondering about being in your first year of law school is a lot, and what your capacity was like for this position.
I'm sorry. The mic is a little difficult to hear from online.
How about now?
Sorry. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. No, you're fine. I was wondering about your capacity for the position, like as a first year law student. It's really hard to have a job your first year of law school and any other time during law school.
Yeah, understandable. So I will say that I have maintained my course load very well thus far. I haven't had any issues falling behind. I'm confident that I can add what David indicated was approximately 5 hours of work per week, save for election week. I don't think that's going to be an issue fitting into my schedule. But also within my master's degree, which I had I would say a fairly similar workload, I was able to hold 2 campus positions during that time successfully and write a thesis. So I'm fairly confident in my ability to do so in this degree as well.
Awesome, thank you, Claire. Does anyone else have any questions for Claire? Good, Ben?
I was just gonna ask, like, what are some things you do for self-care, like to decompress? I just think, no, like genuinely, like I think it's a really important thing to have balance in your life, and like part of that is, and so I just wanted to ask, like for you personally, like there's a lot on your plate and you're about to enter a new role, and I believe that like to like do that, you have to take care of yourself first to be fully like there for your other roles, and so I just kind of want to like inquire about that.
I love you. Wow.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I find cooking to be really therapeutic. Prior to this Zoom call, I was preparing to make a risotto. I'm really enjoying taking some time in the evenings to sort of unplug from school and work and just create something that also nourishes me. So I really enjoy doing that with myself and others. And yeah, that's kind of the best way I've found to do that in school, I think, given a busy schedule.
Yeah, great. Thank you so much for answering my question.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, Okay, so Claire, we're gonna move into a private deliberation, so if you wouldn't mind, we're gonna open a breakout room for you and we'll invite you back. Sorry, a waiting, or we're gonna put you in the waiting room. And then when we're not having our deliberation, we'll invite you back. Sound good?
Sounds good.
Okay. No, okay, so we'll see you in a second, Claire.
Okay.
We're good. She's in the waiting room now.
And for any of you who aren't familiar with this process, whenever we do confirmations, we always make senators do a private deliberation. But person not at the same time. So, and also, David, I really do want to thank you for your haste. When we declared the special election, David had to sort of make action. Give these folks hires. So I really appreciate that. Dylan.
She seems like a home run. Good job. We can make a motion there, right? I'll do it if no one else has anything to say.
I concur. Joanne.
Oh, wait, Lou?
I honestly just wanted to agree and say that I found her quite personable, and I thought that she was very well. I do wish that she kind of talked a little bit more at the very beginning about maybe her goals and more insight onto her description of why she wanted to do the position. But nonetheless, I found her very personable, and I think she'd be a great addition to the whole team.
Hassan?
I just wanted to thank you, David. I just wanted to let everybody know that he did this fully by himself. He reached out to Lucia and all we did was just send a couple emails. He went to every single interview. He just did all of the work and then sent out all the acceptances by himself. This was just fully done by him. So I just wanted to
Who says that government doesn't work? Okay. Nobody else. Oh, winners.
I moved to elect Claire Spalding to the elections board. Commission. As an elections board commissioner.
Second, Ramirez Panetta.
Motion made by Windows, seconded Ramirez Panetta. Wow. Vote. Potter? Potter?
Sorry, I could not find my mouse. I
Aye.
Aye. Same.
Fisher?
Aye.
Withers?
Aye.
Ramirez Panetta?
Aye.
Nagarajan?
Aye.
Wu?
Aye.
Esmond?
Aye.
Excellent. Scrum?
Aye.
Dylan?
Aye.
Ludeman? John?
Aye.
Cole? Barry?
Aye.
And I say aye as well. Claire, can you hear us okay?
I can.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Great. Yeah, you want to introduce the next one?
Oh, there you go.
I forgot to mention, just a quick clarification. So Claire and Jacob are for the two step and extended positions starting now, and then Aggie and John, therefore, will be starting in January. All right, so next on to Jacob. I find Jacob to be the perfect name to Claire's yang. He has a master's in philosophy, so I like the little two punch. He's also a JD candidate. He's also a JD candidate currently at the University of Oregon. Like he said himself, to him, a philosophy degree is a degree in critical thinking. And so, like I said, we're going to be doing a lot of new writing this year on the elections board. So I know that he will do a phenomenal job in making sure that we are philosophically and logically correct in the way that we assert ourselves and that we're not putting in fallacies. And also just in discussion with him and talking with him about the election, he really showed a lot of deep understanding about civic engagement and, elections in general. So I think he'd be a great addition to the elections board.
Thank you, Dave.
I have a dumb question. What's a JD candidate?
Juris Doctorate, law student.
Good evening, everyone. Just to tell you a little bit about myself, to start off with the favorite pasta shape. My favorite pasta shape is radiatory because that's the one that I use every year for my family Thanksgiving mac and cheese, since I'm the person who's put in charge of that. I find that it's really, really good at just taking a lot of sauce and delivering it to your mouth in the most effective way. To speak a little bit about the election commission, I find democracy really, really important, as I imagine everyone in this room does. And I find that my appreciation of the elections commission specifically is that I think that by being on the elections commission, I would be able to allow ASUO to just continue being itself. And I think that one of the things that I found in just my year and a half on this campus so far is that this ASUO really does have a lot of the best interests of the students at heart. And I really don't know what I would be able to change about it as a senator or in the executive as somebody that's actually making and passing the policies. But I feel like that in this position that I could help support ASUO to be the best that it can be. And I can stand open to any questions that you guys may have for me.
Awesome. Thanks, Jake.
Hi, Jacob. Thank you for being here. What past experiences do you think would help you preparing for this position?
I think that primarily the experiences that prepare me best for this position are my master's in philosophy that David mentioned, because I wrote my thesis on applied ethics. So the main thing that I did in my thesis was look at policy, think of 10 billion different ways that it could work out in the real world and figure out which ones of those are good and which ones of those are bad, and like what makes each of those different positions and the little differences between them good or bad. And then secondly, I've also served as a coach for several different debate teams while I was in undergrad and in my master's. And a big part of that was just overseeing and like figuring out what people's problems were, figuring out what strengths people had, and then just working on that to make people the best that they can be. And I feel like that as an elections commissioner, I'm both trying to make the actual elections process as best as it can be, and the actual candidates and students that have issues that are coming to the elections commission, also trying to make sure that they are like best heard and best able to live up to what they want to do within the student government as best they can.
Amazing, thank you.
Awesome. Our very own self-care queen.
Touched on it, but what, if elected, what is something you're looking forward to for this specific position?
I think that really the thing that I'm looking forward to the most is just enabling ASUO to be the best that it can be. And I think that being an elections commission is like a really important part that I could do that I feel that I could have an individual impact. Because being on the elections commission is like being the people who handle the issues of democracy, so that whenever a student thinks that they're not being heard, we're the people that they come to, we're the people that solve the issue, and we're the people that are able to like restore that faith in the student democracy.
And now I'm gonna ask you, what do you do for self-care?
I like Claire. I really enjoy cooking. One of the things that I've been on a big binge on recently is baking like 2 or 3 loaves of focaccia a week. It's so easy and too easy to eat the entire thing. And then another thing that I really like is just being in Oregon. I can just go outside. Like we got all the pretty leaves right now. I can drive to the coast, or I can just take a walk around campus and just feel better by the time that I get home.
Oh, I love that. Thank you.
Oh my God, I love you. Yeah, you're great. I wanted to get kind of going off of then that question, or your first question initially is like, how do you make ASUO great? What is something like David's taking on a crazy task of really fully reforming how elections work? Because there was a lot of points of just really tough times in our last election, our last few. And so it's something that's needed, but what is something that you are excited to work on more specifically, or maybe a plan or something that you have already started to envision about how to make ASUO as best that it can be through elections? Like what specific things are you looking forward to doing with that?
I'm really, really excited to go over the policy and just like figure out what rules work, what rules are superfluous, what rules just can't be understood, and to make it from this like 15-page monster of a document, which like realistically isn't that big of a set of rules. But like if you're expecting somebody who hasn't had any engagement in student government before to read and understand a 15 set of like really, really dry government bureaucracy type rules, that's not something that they really wanting to engage with. And I think that like rewriting that is something that I'm really, really excited about, because it will be something that they can engage with and hopefully be on a better position to start out with once they actually do get involved in the student government, whether it be as a candidate or as a voter.
Cool. I yield.
Dr. Rajan.
Hey, I was just wondering if you had a favorite philosopher. Who was
I feel like that it would be a little bit irresponsible for me to not say Mel Noddings, considering how much of her work I actually cited in my thesis. And her main claim to fame is that she is one of the people that came up with the ethics of care, which is meant to be this like kind of feminist, person-forward type of applied philosophy, where we are humans, we're trying to figure out human issues. So she wrote the philosophy to be entirely centered around what impact it has around the people in your life, to yourself, and like maximizing those relationships to be both good for just like in a general sense and be productive for both people. And I think that that's something that's just like really nice and really pragmatic that you don't see in a lot of other philosophy.
Great, thank you. Where is that? Is your hand up from before, or do you have a question?
Was I called?
Oh, yeah, your hand is up. Do you want, was this from last time or? Do you
Oh,
want
I
to-
think this was from last time.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
No worries. Anybody else? Okay, great, Jacob. Thanks for answering our questions. If you want to step outside while we deliberate, then we can bring somebody, or we can have somebody back to get you.
Thank you for your time.
Of course. Marina, that's back. Hold on. Remember, don't keep the mics to this part. Marina.
Oh, gotcha. I just wanted to say that I really enjoyed all of his answers. I kind of just want to hang out with the guy and talk to him. You know? They're like, I feel.
Okay, that's back.
I was just gonna echo that same thing, like, can we create a position on Senate for him?
Option maker?
Yeah. I think he's great, 10 out of 10, amazing.
Okay, this time my hand is raised up for real. But I think that he's really knowledgeable, and I think that he seems like such a nice and friendly person while also being very educated and could provide like really good advice for us. So I really like him. 10 out of 10.
David, you know to pick them back. Anybody help? You sure? There's no question. Somebody can make the motion.
I move to confirm Jacob Ratliff to the.
Made by Ducharme, second and Sprout.
Aye.
So,
Aye.
Connor.
I'm sorry.
Aye.
Right.
Aye. 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 Aye.
Agarad.
Aye.
Woo.
Aye.
Aspect.
Aye.
Actually.
Aye.
Aye.
And I want to say, so somebody go get it.
Good job, David.
Congratulations, Jacob. And David, if you wouldn't mind, the Senate is going to recess for 10 minutes just because it's going to be so we will be back in regular order at 21 hours.
That's over there. Yeah.
Is this our only recess?
Yes.
Yes, it's
Okay.
You also want first one, second one?
I did want to actually make food, but I'll do it now.
Well, go, you have 10 minutes. Before the Senate is back in regular order. Are they for everyone?
That's what I really said. What's it now? How do you live? Photos are short. Oh, because I do the photos. I don't have them. They're on.
Yeah, hold on, I don't really know. Yeah, no, literally.
Wonderful. Thank you. That's correct. You too.
What do you want? Sorry about this, team.
I care. All in favor? Yeah. Well, hi to you too. Welcome to the fun, my first, you don't take it home.
Literally like direct.
Bring time election. Time election.
Right.
Yeah, I think this is.
I mean.
Right.
I mean, I agree with that.
Yes.
Like I did two once and it
Was it good?
Birthday so.
Yesterday.
But like.
Yeah, hell of a birthday day.
Chilling.
Come with the. When the battle lost the war. Yeah.
I love this.
It's also hard to be like, you guys, like, it's like,
Devastating.
Yeah.
That's great.
Everybody over there, like, oh, that's gnarly.
Yeah, I was like, I was like, oh, you even.
I don't think it's like how much time do we have?
you have.
Laundry soap.
You want more?
Wait, I do. You want laundry?
I want laundry soap.
No, yeah. Everyone go get some laundry soap. And not so obvious.
Yeah.
Like.
I'm looking sad.
I got pull out sloppy. I'm sorry. That was really tough.
I was just saying, so.
I know great part of the great so.
Are you cool?
In like.
I didn't
Yeah.
know. Like, 11 or 10, right?
Seriously, from track. So.
Sustainability.
Yes. I do like X's,
Right.
I'm gonna say it's not solid.
Yeah,
And then
that's
also-
okay. It's not, it's just fucking like, they could, but just have it. Yeah.
Can I get back to you?
Yes,
Okay.
but yeah, that's kind
I
of.
can try to find something. So I will, get back to you.
Yeah, just like, I didn't know. The idea of like having your.
Yeah, I guess, you know, it's
Thank you.
Yeah.
They're actually not bad.
I have another bag. Five, six, 7, 8. No. I got nothing, babe. I gotta put something. Wonderful. Down the middle. Give me away from the mic, guys. Yeah. There you go. I'll turn off the lights. And that time. Did it now. Meditated. Wow. What are you? With breakfast. I'm sorry.
There's some folks who are like.
I haven't had a chance to read it, and then everyone's talking about blue hand, just like.
Quite strong.
How are you? Thank you very much. A few votes. I will want a minute.
I already have one.
I'm so ready.
The second will be a regular one.
Oh. Now I need.
All right, David, go ahead and introduce your next student. Oops.
Perfect. I hope you're getting the sense of why I decided to hire all of them now, so. Absolutely awesome candidates. Next candidate I have is Aggie. So she's currently an undergraduate majoring in psychology. And two things that I really took away from my interview with Aggie. The first one was she was smiling the entire time, and I just love the optimism. I mean, who doesn't love a person that, knows how to be happy? And then the second is, she actually entered, for public defendant's office. Yeah, this summer in Portland. And so I know that she has real world experience being in the judicial system, which is, I'm sure, something that will be very helpful in the elections board as we continue to develop the process. So I am happy to appoint Aggie to the elections board.
Hi guys, I'm Aggie. Though I have never tried this type of pasta, it's definitely bucatini. I've never tried it, but I just know it's like probably so fun with the sauce inside. So that's my favorite pasta shape. Like David said, I'm a psych major. I'm minoring in legal studies and criminology. I want to be on the elections board because I believe in consistency. I think that that's one thing that has lacked in previous elections is letting voters know that regardless of who they're going to vote for, like the election is going to stay the same and there's no surprises going to come at them. And then with that said, I think that a good example of an elections board or like an election at someone's college can really help them with elections in real life. Not that this is real life, sorry. But like voting for like your president and stuff. And this is like such a important time for all of us, like election. But I think it just shows that knowing what is happening at your college can really reflect to your life. So that's what I got.
Thanks so much for being saying. We'll start taking questions now. Mayor Spinella, Moreno, then I'll go.
Sorry. I can go through my mouth, so I apologize, but thank you for being here. So my question for you is, are you involved in other areas on campus, like clubs or anything in your psychology department? Like, are you involved anywhere else? Yeah, I was on mock trial freshman year, and due to like scheduling things, I couldn't join again. But lots of my time is I work at this facility called Jasper Mountain, and it's a treatment center for emotionally distressed kids who are in the system or have just experienced the worst of the world at such young ages. Yeah. So most of my time is taken up with that. And through that experience, I've really understood how to properly and effectively deal with conflict, because it's a kid. And I think what I learned from that most is just like validating the feeling. And I feel like that applies to like all of us as well. Like regardless of how old you are, you want to be validated. And I think especially with elections and like grievances and stuff, of how big that was last year, I think letting people know that they're heard, but sometimes it's wrong and it's not the right way to go about it. So yeah, that answers your question. Thank you so much. Thanks.
Brett.
Thank you so much for being here today. My question is about your internship that you had this summer. I'd love to hear a little bit more about what you learned and how that would transfer over to your own.
It was the summer before. I don't have a chance for anything else. But yeah, it was such an incredible opportunity, like being able to walk into court with attorneys, going and shadowing on their duty day. But always obviously knows this because she did it too. But it was so real, if that makes sense. And the way that people communicate with each other is definitely what I took from that, of how you interact with clients and how you interact with your team is so different. But would you like me to go in like what I did day to day, or?
I'd love to hear it.
Okay. It was a lot of computer work. It was. But whenever there were real trials going on in the court, we would be able to get out and watch them. So I watched multiple, and they were so scary. And I want to go into the law or the legal field. So watching that was kind of jarring at sometimes, but it really did instill a like deeper passion of like why I want to do it. So a lot of filing, talking with real life clients. I had
a client that would go visit in the Salem prison too, and that was an experience too. Yeah, just kind of like everyone deserves justice, and I think that's something that's said, but then actually experiencing that and hearing about a client and then visiting this client and you hear all these bad things of like what they did, but then you see like a person in them. So okay, thank you so much for sharing.
I'm right.
I was just gonna ask about that and you already answered my question about whether the experience, the internship reinforced your passion or whether it kind of like scared you away from it, but like you said, it's still a deeper passion. Now, I don't have any questions on you.
Anybody else? Here's Banana.
I'm gonna ask you the question I'm asking everybody.
Yeah, I was hoping you were going to actually.
Do for self-care.
Recently, I've been really enjoying Pretty Little Liars. Yeah, me and my roommate have like we're like no matter what, we're gonna watch at least one episode. And Arya Spencer, Emily, and Hannah are best friends. But I also run, so that helps me clear my mind. It like has also instilled lots of discipline within myself. I like to cook too. I definitely don't cook stuff like Kasha, but I made lasagna the other day and I felt like a little mom supposed to. Of course.
Anybody else?
Okay, great. Well, thanks, Aggie. If you want to just step outside, we'll have some.
Thank you for your time. Sorry, that was
I'll say that Aggie is one of the only people who I didn't know before the elections last year, who I wouldn't say friends with, but we were very friendly with each other. You know, the divide between slates was so intense, and the fact that we could, you know, just speak to each other as if we weren't like opponents, and you know, I felt like always like appreciated by her, you know, very good vibes. So I think that she has a lot of ability to stay neutral on things and not be a biased person.
Connor.
I think that clearly she has a lot of great experience as she spoke about her internship this summer and then also doing mock trial. And I also appreciate that she understood like when her schedule wouldn't allow for something because I think like a lot of us were very high achieving and we just like push through and don't really understand our capacity. So it sounds like she has a good understanding of what her capacity is and workload, which I think is always important. I yield.
Yeah, I wanted to speak a little bit to just my experience with Aggie and her character. She was on our slate for RUO, and she's just one of those people who is such like a positive light and an effective communicator and truly deeply cares about people person to person. And I think that it would be really, really beneficial to have someone like that who is so people oriented and also so assuring and validating. And she kind of did note it before, grievances are very emotional, high intensity, and just very tedious work to be able to talk to a lot of people that are experiencing very strong frustrations. And I think that she would be such an amazing asset and addition to the board for one of those reasons. Yeah, so I just wanted to kind of speak to her character a little bit.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that I kind of like what Potter was saying. I like that she's not a law student. I think it's really important to not just have law students on a committee like this when we are so busy and like when it comes down to it, like sometimes, you know, capacity can be rough. But I think it's really good that we're not just having grad students or law students in any committee, and I think she would be a really good asset to that team.
This is now echoing what everyone else has said, but the personability, in addition to
knowing what she's talking about and also giving space for others to speak while then inserting her own knowledge seems like very apparent and seems like she has a great skill set in that. And I also like, not that this is really important or I shouldn't say like not necessarily the goal, right? But I do like how David did 2 girls and 2 boys for his nominations to level it out, and with the variety of backgrounds, it's just like an extra factor in there that I really respect and appreciate to have a lot of different perspectives thrown in there. So yeah, I yield.
Hassan.
I just kind of want to talk a little bit about my experience with Aggie. I got to have like, I've known Aggie for my entire college experience from freshman year up until now. I knew her before she was on our slate. I don't know if you've all ever met like someone that you sat with for just one moment and then you tell them all of your life trauma because they are just that kind of listener and like you just feel like you can trust them. That is who Aggie is. I mean, we were in a law class together and she was the person people would look for when she was missing in class. You missed her presence because she was there and she made everyone in that class, and it was a pretty big class, feel so comfortable, feel so heard, and she's so smart. And she's so articulate with her words. I mean, up there, I could tell she was a little nervous. Give her some more time. Like when she talks, you listen. She is so passionate about helping people. And I think I've gone through like a lot of my lows with Aggie, specifically during election when she like saw what was going on and she was present, but she wasn't fully understanding what was happening. But as just someone who was there, she's able to lend you an ear and make you feel so comfortable and so heard and so safe. And I think having that on this year's election board would be so important, considering not just like my experience on my sleeve, but every single person in this room, like it was traumatic. Like this election was very traumatic for every single person involved. And like having someone that you can go into a room and you just feel that you can talk and you can feel safe is so important. And I know, and I'm 110% confident that Aggie would give that. Like she would be that person. So I just had to say that because she is one of the most amazing people I've ever heard.
Abaraj.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that when I was with her on ASUO, she was so fun to be, like just a great person to be around. And like I met her for the first time like tabling, and she was just like listening to me just yap for like 30 minutes, and she was just like so just pleasant to be around. And most people would probably be annoyed with me just sitting there, but like she was a very good listener, and she was eventually we just started becoming friends. So yeah, like everything that Mariam just said about her, like even for me, and I wasn't even that close with her, I could sense the exact same thing. So yeah.
Senator Scrum.
I want to make a motion and move for Agnes Alfred to be elected to the elections board as a
Elections Board Commissioner.
election board commissioner.
Second.
Motion made by Scrum, seconded. Sorry. Go.
Aye.
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 Lanier.
Aye.
Miranda. Fisher.
Aye.
Litters.
Aye.
Harris Bennett.
Aye.
Abaraj.
Aye.
Blue.
Aye.
Aspect.
Aye.
Acton. Scrum.
Aye.
Aye.
Abs.
Aye.
Cole.
Aye.
Aye. Nice. Yes. Somebody get her.
She can't find her.
David, 5 seconds.
Guys are all
Wait till she
respectful
comes
and
in.
giving you your space.
They're walking down. They're all wanderers.
It feels longer than we think it is.
Bye-bye. Welcome to the meeting, Maggie.
Thank you.
All right, here we go.
All right, so last but certainly not least, I would like to introduce to you John. He's a freshman studying biochemistry at the University of Oregon. A couple of things that really stood out to me in John's interview was, even though he doesn't have any formal education or experience in elections, he gave very, very interesting answers. I asked every candidate, what do you think about the election? Why do you think it's important? And what is it? And he told me that it's a transition of power, which is not something that I've ever thought of as an election, but it was something that on further consideration that really resonated. So I appreciated the originality. And then John is in the military, he works in procurement, so he's seen the pinnacle of bureaucracy. He knows what the worst side of paperwork looks like. So I'm hoping that he can bring that experience to make sure that our side does not look like that. And I also really appreciate how much of a team member he is. Something that he continually emphasized during his interview was whenever he's part of a team and he sees someone falling behind, he takes responsibility to help them. And whenever there's something to do, he takes responsibility to do it and get it done. So that's why I'm happy to appoint John to the election board.
Well, thank you for your service. Thank you for being here today and for taking the time.
My name is John, as I was introduced. Favorite pasta is rigatoni, personally. I respect all your guys' opinion, but you're wrong. I am in the military. I serve in the Oregon Army National Guard as a technical engineer. I do land surveying. I do both conventional and geodetic, along with soil properties and material testing. Get out of the way. I do studying biochemistry. I enjoy the STEM field. I want to get research later on. In my free time, I enjoy playing pool.
All right, any questions? Where is banana? Will somebody hand me the mic?
What made you wanna join the elections board and committee? Like, what pushed you to do that? It kind of seems a little bit like out of the way of what specifically you're looking into, if that makes sense. So like, what pushed you to like join?
So elections are a vital part of any form of government, and the most important thing we have is confidence in our leadership. And when that breaks down, as I've seen happen in my experience with the military, is people get discontent and they start to become very unruly, and then that goes on later to have less faith in their future governments as well. So if you look past college, further into the full governmental body, if they have a bad experience here, that'll then cascade into later issues, as we often see with our elections nowadays. And so to really tackle that at its source, at the college level, the initial level for a lot of people, I'm very passionate about that.
Thank you, John.
No self-care question.
You kind of answered it, but like, yeah, I mean, what do you do for self-care?
Playing pool. Going to the coach my friends. Otherwise, I like to take naps.
Do we have anyone else on screen? All right.
Hi, thank you for being here. A question for you, to what extent have you interacted with documents like the ASUO Constitution and trying or attempting to understand those? I know it's
So I'm not as familiar with the ASUO Constitution. If we're talking about documents in terms of more longer form documents like that Constitution, I have a lot of experience dealing with military doctrine. So I work in supply in addition to my other roles in my unit, and that is a long list of forms that have to be filled out, signatures you have to get, and exact procedure that has to be followed to implement different changes of supply and procedure in that regard. There's a lot of experience dealing with people being discontent with what the records say, or they lose something and they like to pretend they didn't lose something. But I have a lot of experience with that. The military AR 670-1 that regards clothing is an 80-page document full of full legal terms to describe how to wear 4 different uniforms. And trying to explain that to people who haven't read it, it's difficult, but I have a lot of experience trying to synthesize that data down into a way that people can understand, especially when we start talking about the rules for elections as we're making new ones and we're trying to kind of reform them to be more concrete as to what's allowed and what's not allowed. So I have a lot of experience taking those points that people may not understand and synthesizing it into a way that's more broadly understood by a wider audience.
yeah, and if I'm able to ask a second question, how closely did you follow the last election and how do you feel about how that went?
Talking about the UO election or the? I did not follow the election. I was in Missouri at the time in basic training.
He's a freshman. Yeah.
Missed that part, it's like wrong night. I yield.
The 80th page form for club. I mean, I thought ASUO finance was bad. That's another one. Do we have anyone else before we dismiss? No. All right, Joe. Oh, hi, Roger.
What made you want to join the military?
So as I approached the end of my senior year in high school, I wasn't quite sure where I wanted to go in college. And I had applied to a few places. Had majors I had picked because they seemed like good options, but I wasn't fully confident in my decision at that point. So I decided that it would be a better option to put that off anybody until I had a more firm grasp of what I wanted to do. And in that meantime, I decided to join the military because I knew I was physically capable. I knew there were good opportunities in it, and that would help pay for college. So I decided to join to serve my country, get the benefits that are included with that.
All right, anybody else before? All right, John. Thanks so much. Well, if you want to step out, we'll have somebody come out and get you involved. It'll be Hassan and then reverse banana, but I do want to say something before we get started, just to say preface. I sort of speak for you two both. Ruth and I went to high school, John, and I actually had the pleasure of being on the same track teams. Something that I quickly learned about John is that he's not only incredibly intelligent, but he also, like he sort of articulated, he's great at taking what can be a really complex issue, breaking it down. I think that's what's really hard. A lot of the times it's so many acronyms, so many, different parts of it, and it's hard to be digestible to people that work in those spaces. And that's why I think it's a great candidate for that. And I also think he just gets people, if that makes sense. And so that's why I'm really thrilled that he applied and so yeah, with that being said, Hassan.
I quickly wanted to add a few things I feel like you missed. So I actually got to interview John by myself before David, right before we hired David. I didn't see where he was applying for, so I was interviewing people for the executive cabinet, and then I learned that he was for the elections board, and I didn't want to cancel the interview, so we just kept going so I could just hear him out. First of all, the thing that stood out to me the most was the respect that he had. He is so respectful. That just was so shocking to me, being in an interview and just feeling so respected. I just don't know how to explain how that feels, but you just feel it when you're in that. It was over Zoom too. So to feel respected over Zoom is another thing that I was shocked about. Something that made me confident that he would be able to go through kind of all of our really complicated documents and fully understand them, as he mentioned to me, which I don't know if he said here, but I didn't hear it, is he was in the constitutional law club in high school. This stood out to me the most of the whole interview was the fact that he picked to be in a club that looked over so much complicated document. And because I asked him, I was like, how you feel looking over such complicated documents, and then also having to explain that to a group of people who oftentimes during the election are pissed off and they just want to understand what's going on in the simplest way possible to move forward. I was one of those people. So that's why I asked, and he mentioned that he was in that club and that's how he knows that. And then when I also asked him about grievances, I even mentioned to him, I'm sorry, I'm going to use example last election, but I was sometimes there's certain grievances that you might not be as familiar with, grievancing a bunny. How are you? How are you gonna react if someone gives you that? How are you gonna move forward? And to him, at first he laughed a lot. And I had to tell him, I was I'm not kidding. How are you gonna react to something like that? And to him, for him, it was just I'm gonna look at the rules, and whatever the rules say is what I'm gonna present. This isn't necessarily something emotional or funny or anything. It's just looking at the document. It's against the rules. Here you go. It's not. Here you go. Simple. Here's that. So I just wanted to mention that because he forgot to mention it, and I was that was one of the things that stood out.
Ramirez Panetta.
Yeah, I don't even know where to begin. Speaking about John, just we went to high school with him and I was also part of the constitutional law team with him. And like I could not like every time I was confused on something and he could understand it, he was able to find a way that like I was able to grasp with the question or when looking at a certain part of the Constitution, just like also though like making me not feel dumb for not knowing or not understanding the vocabulary that was being used as well. Him and I were part of our like 3D art AP class and just seeing his dedication for like woodworking, like he focused specifically on woodworking and like I think using metals and things like that. And like just seeing so many different avenues where he like was able to express himself and just be so like I cannot speak like what a respectful just amazing guy. Like I know for leadership as well in high school, like he wasn't part of leadership but he would show up and just volunteer because that's where his heart was at. His heart was like, let me go help make posters. Like I cannot tell you how many times I told him, hey, you want to make a poster, and he would do it. Like his heart for serving people but also his heart for people is like leaves me baffled. Like so I fully support John Joyden, your team. He's great.
Connor.
I just wanted to say that I really appreciate that he isn't like a bachelor's of arts student. I'm assuming maybe he is, but I think that that brings like a really good perspective. And also I don't think I have any concerns about his ability to read the documents because it sounds like he has so much experience, one in high school on the constitutional team, but also military documents are so rough to read. So I really think that he's well prepared. I yield.
John seems like a really great guy with a lot of awesome qualities. And I think there's a lot of places in ASUO for fresh eyes and ears that haven't necessarily lived through the craziness of everything ASUO, if you will. However, just based on how things went last year, I don't know if elections board is the place to have somebody who hasn't seen an election firsthand or doesn't have like a direct motivation because they saw how things went. Not an attack on his character or anything or his background. I think it's nice to have different perspectives, but that's just my opinion on the elections.
Well, I don't know if we wanted to have a discussion on that point, if anybody has any rebuttals, I was gonna go ahead. Motion to that, I totally see that and agree with you on that point. I think I'm a little bit on the chance of like, if he's under David and with all these people who are full law students that have extreme experience, that maybe I trust them to guide that and knowledge of that. So I think that's kind of, I'm giving him a little bit of grace, but I totally agree with your point. But to that note, I want to move to elect John Watson to the elections board as an elections commissioner.
Second, Ramirez Panetta.
Motion made by Scruggs, seconded by Ramirez Panetta. Peters.
Aye.
Aye.
Connor.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Nagaraj.
Aye.
Wu.
Aye.
Hensley.
Aye.
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 Aye. Oh.
Aye.
I abstain. Somebody bring in John. Congratulations to John, Jacob, and I welcome to the team. We're so excited to have you. Okay. Get on to the next part of our agenda. I'm going to yield to Senator Moreno to talk about the athletic bands resolution that myself, her, and
Thank you guys so much. These are all amazing. Sorry.
Thank you, David.
Thank you all.
Thank you, David.
All right, Senator Moran.
I'm going.
The resolution.
Okay, yeah, I would like to kind of start by expressing that I'm very proud of this for a couple of reasons. One, because I'm proud to support something that brings joy to students, and no one does joy like the athletic bands, in my opinion. The duck games aren't duck games without the bands. Yeah, they're awesome. And second, I took some time before writing this resolution. I really wanted to spend time with the bands and assess where the need was. And I did that a couple of ways. I really wanted to interact with the pro staff that the athletic bands utilize. I worked with Anna Fraser, who works over at the School of Music and Dance, Dr. Wilshire, who's the director of athletic bands, the director of the color guard, and also just spending time with the students, especially the ones that go around Autzen Stadium and fundraise by singing playing happy birthday to Duck fans. It's actually really cute, and they only get like $1 from it at the tailgate. But it's awesome, and it's been really cool to see how the bands just make such an impact on their life and how passionate they are and how much this means to them. And also, the bands are in a unique time where they are preparing to present at the Board of Trustees meeting this month. And they are asking the Board of Trustees and the UO administration to support them more financially and to put pressure on the Department of Athletics to just adequately fund them. And Talik made a really good point earlier, which is that we shouldn't have to do this. Like, this resolution shouldn't have to exist because we shouldn't have to ask a $1 billion institution of the athletic department to fund their bands. If y'all didn't know, the athletics department funds the bands at $217,000, and ASUO almost matches the amount that the athletics department gives them. So that's just kind of embarrassing for us. But yeah, I'm really proud of this, and I think this is a step to backing the departments, the contracts, the org that we care about when they are making demands and requests to these institutions that have historically been unhelpful to them. But with all that being said, how does this work? Do I read it top to bottom?
If you want to make a motion, you can. Is there any questions about it? Yeah, you can say I move to adopt that, and then you just read it.
Awesome. Any questions for me? Y'all know I love the bands all the time. I move to adopt the ASUO Senate resolution in support of the University of Oregon athletic bands. As it reads, chief sponsors Senator Priscilla Moreno, Senator DFC, co-authored by President Talik Lopez Dubois, Senate President and DFC, and Senator Andrew Bouchard, academic senator. Whereas the Associated Students of the University of Oregon, ASUO, Senate acknowledges the University of Oregon athletic bands for their essential role in building campus spirit, enhancing the game day experience, and creating a lasting legacy at the university since 1911. Whereas the ASUO Senate expresses deep disappointment with the current level of financial support from the University of Oregon Athletic Department, despite the band's vital contribution to athletic events and university pride. Understands the University of Oregon athletic bands face significant underfunding, which has led to a scarcity of basic necessities such as pre- and post-season room and board, as well as a dependency on borrowed instruments from local high schools and fragmented funding sources, including ASUO, the athletics department, the School of Music and Dance, and ongoing fundraising efforts. Whereas the underfunding of the University of Oregon athletic bands contradicts the university's commitment to fostering student success, alumni engagement, teamwork, and musical excellence, and limits opportunities for student scholarships and professional development. Therefore, let it be resolved, effective immediately by the Associated Students of the University of Oregon Senate, acting under the authority of the ASUO Constitution, that 1, the ASUO is disappointed by the lack of action from the University of Oregon and its athletic department to increase the athletic band's budget, despite the band's essential role in enriching the university experience, fostering alumni engagement, building teamwork skills, and providing scholarship opportunities for students. Number 2, the ASUO Senate calls on the Board of Trustees of the University of Oregon Administration and the Athletic Department to allocate adequate and sustainable funding to the University of Oregon athletic bands. 3, the ASUO Senate fully supports the athletic band's request for an additional director, which will enhance student training and mentorship, further connect students to professional staff in the field of music, and allow the athletic bands to have a greater impact on campus and in the community to grow into a program more on par with our Big Ten peer institutions. And 4, the ASUO Senate notes the recent entrance to the university into the Big Ten Conference and calls on the Board of Trustees and the University of Oregon administration to advocate for funding levels that reflect the standards and resources typical of Big Ten institutions. Signed, President Sharif I. Lopez Dubas.
Second, Roberta Canetta.
Motion made by Roberta, seconded.
Aye.
Connor.
Aye.
Ackman.
Aye.
Pinheiro.
Aye.
Loretta.
Aye.
Fisher.
Aye.
Withers.
Aye.
Produce. No.
Aye.
Dr. Legend. Aye. Woo.
Aye.
Espen.
Aye.
Thankfully. Stroh.
Aye.
Dylan.
Aye.
Woo.
Aye.
Aye. Cole. Aye. Gary.
Aye.
And I say aye as well. Thank you, Priscilla. All right. Now the moment that everyone's been waiting for. No, you can stay here if you'd like, but we're gonna hear PFC's benchmark first, so I will yield my time to PFC Chair and Senate. That's a great thing. Just to be safe. Motion made by Cole, seconded Pinheiro, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Other? Great. Gary? You get the man here for this.
It's still the highlight of y'all tonight. Oh my gosh.
And this is only the first of them.
I don't know if you guys know this, but PFC is the best committee.
Patrick?
No.
Okay, Tilly, you have the.
Senate Tech guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is my presentation, 25-26 fiscal year benchmark for PFC. I don't know if you guys saw this, but I believe on Monday, the days are starting to blur together. I sent out an email to all senators that has PFC's financial priorities and PFC's full extended benchmark with data tables included. Those will also appear here, so if you have any questions about our financial priorities or about like the literal breakdown, line by line, club by club, organization by organization of our benchmark, please go look at that before I explain it to you because it may just make me cry a little bit. All right. Go ahead.
Other side.
There you go. Okay.
Hey.
So today we'll be going over our full benchmark request, our scorecard, the PFC scorecard that we use, data tables, surplus and kind of PFC hopes for surplus, PFC in general, and what we've been doing and how we are planning on moving forward with our budget season and our conclusion, of course. Next, please. Thank you. So in full, PFC is asking for $2 million. This is a 4.7% increase from the 24-25 fiscal year budget which was about 1.9, yeah, I believe, 1.8, maybe 1.9. The total amount using the PFC scorecard, we'll get into the breakdown of the PFC scorecard in a second after this slide, because I know that there's definitely gonna be questions about that. The total amount using the PFC scorecard, so this is breaking down every single organization where they meet on the scorecard and the amount that we've kind of accounted for in our budget. The total amount using the PFC scorecard is 1.9 million. So the 2 million is a 50K increase from that number and is mostly supposed to account for new organizations and provide us a little bit of wiggle room in what we are able to give to orgs. Because I can say that an organization is eligible for a 20% increase because they meet the scorecard requirements, but ultimately they could be asking for a 20% decrease. Just because we have the scorecard, and again, we'll get into this later, doesn't mean that that's going to be like the be all end all. And all organizations are on that same page. So the next point is the total of all requests combined for the 25-26 fiscal year through our engaged resources. All of the requests combined are $2.4 million. Org requests that use the PFC scorecard, so this is orgs that are requesting amounts that PFC specifically has allocated for in our benchmark breakdown, is $790,791, and that is kind of for PFC and our financial priorities. That is the base amount that we will be funding people. That is the minimum that we have to fund people, because that is what people are using. That's what people are requesting. It'll make more sense with the scorecard later. Now I'm realizing it. The average amount requested, I just thought that these were some fun numbers, is $15,069, and that, and in general, across the board, there is an average for about a 10% increase across all budget requests. Total carry forward from last year, aka return to surplus, was $627,101. $400,000 of that is directly from the exec account. I wanted to lay that out there in case anybody has seen that memo. The majority of that carry forward total from last year is from the exec account. And then off to the side, you can kind of see our benchmarks, our budgets from previous years and how it's lined up. As you can see, there's a mix between increases and decreases, with large increases happening over COVID years. Next slide, please. Thank you. Okay, this is the PFC scorecard. So the end of the year report, those are basically just extra bonus points that an org can get. If you guys are curious, we had around 90 out of 200 orgs fill out our end of the year reports this last year. And that is low-key kind of not good. End of the year reports are basically resources for us as PFC and for student engagement to be able to tell where organizations are at leadership-wise, financially, structurally. And I think this year we're going to be working harder to kind of increase our communication on the end of the year report, because we recognize that it can be confused with the return to surplus. Anyway, end of the year report is just an extra bonus point that organizations can get. With that in mind, we are really just looking at the percentage of spending, and the percentage of spending is primarily just the original percent of their budget spent. So the original percent, if you look at the ledger, is the amount allocated by PFC in the previous fiscal year, or in the previous budget process for the current fiscal year. So if you spend 0 to 30% of your original budget, that's 0 points. 31 to 45 is 1 point. 46 to 60 is 2 points. 61 to 75 is 3 points. 76 to 110 is 4 points. 110 and above is 1 point. Point allocation is just, again, going off the percentage spent and the end of the year report. The highest amount of points that an org can get is 5 points, and that would make them eligible for a 20% increase. That's what it's capped at. And on the other end of the scale, you have 0 points, which means that you didn't spend anything and you didn't even complete your end of the year report, and that makes you eligible for, at minimum, a 30% decrease. At least that is what PFC has accounted for using the scorecard. Next slide. Okay, so PFC scorecard kind of breakdown considers, we really primarily consider the 23-24 budgets, but we are also looking at the 24-25 original budgets too. With the scorecard, it wasn't determined by this year's PFC, it was determined by last year's PFC, and this year's PFC just decided to adopt it because it was an easier process than figuring something out, and it worked nicely into our financial priorities. And because, we are all in the financial realm and always working with finances and are really accustomed to kind of the way that financial processes work, it's a no-brainer to us that we're looking at the 23-24 budgets, but we found time and time again with our tag meetings that organizations are thinking that we are basing numbers off of their 24-25 budgets. And so we look at both the 23-24 and the 24-25 budgets when considering the PFC scorecard. And again, if you look at the benchmark that I said, then you'll see those numbers reflected in kind of our breakdown of the costs. And then again, we primarily look at the original budget spent, which is the amount allocated by PFC in the previous budget process. And then in extreme cases, if the original budget is like way out of whack, like you are at 150% of your original budget spent, then in extreme cases like that, we'll look at the adjusted budget if it's, you know, at a solid 94. Because again, there wasn't that much communication from the previous PFC to student orgs about the budget or about the PFC scorecard. And so we'll get to tag meetings and tags will be like, whoa, there's a scorecard this year. And we'll be like, yes, there was. So all of this is, I know it's like kind of, it seems, I don't know, a little bit weird to be moving back and forth 23, 24 and 24, 25 and from original to adjusted budgets. But at the end of the day, it's, again, to just go with the PFC motto that we are not trying to make orgs work for the budget process. We're trying to make the budget process work for the orgs. So again, the PFC scorecard is not a definite. It's more of meant to provide guidance in our spending processes. And we've seen this a lot so far in our budget hearings. In our budget hearings on Monday, we sat down from 6 p.m. to about 10 p.m. going through line item by line item with 3 of our organizations you are asking for a really big increase. Are there places that we can go down on this just to kind of meet the scorecard to make sure that we are also meeting the financial needs of other organizations? Yeah, and then PFC does not require hearings for organizations that request an amount that we have allocated or accounted for in our budgets. Just again, fun numbers, average score is a 2.3 and the median is 2. So a lot of orgs are eligible for, I believe, a 20% decrease, 10% decrease. Yeah, not a great number. And again, PFC, we're really trying to be diligent about that this year and really broaden and work on our communication skills because we've seen time and time again, we've heard time and time again, that communication is just kind of where the ball has dropped. And I would say so far, it's been a lot better from what I've heard from orgs. So next slide, please. So the total, everything together, every single budget request from every single organization, the total is 2.4 million. And we can see the eligible, like things look scary, but that just means they are either eligible to not have budget hearings or they're going to have budget hearings. So we can see from the not eligible that those are the organizations that are going to have budget hearings. So they're either requesting an amount that is outside of the amount that we have accounted for, or they are scoring between 0 and 2 on the scorecard. So the total amount from those organizations is about 1.3 million. Then from the organizations who do not have to have budget hearings, they are 790,791, and the new organizations in total new organizations are organizations that have not gone through previous budget processes. They are asking for in total 83,000. Next slide. So the tier breakdown, we are seeing a lot of movement this year for some reason. I don't know, a lot of movement kind of not too surprising. I think the biggest amount of movement that we're seeing is from tier 1 to tier 2. We're going from 35 orgs in tier 1 to 15 orgs in tier 1, or that's what we're expecting to do. Again, it just depends on where we meet in the middle with PFC and the student organizations. Most of the tier 1s that are looking to move are requesting tier 2. We do have a few outliers that are looking to go to tier 3, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. And tier 2, we're looking to move from 60 to 63. Again, that is just to reflect kind of the tier 1 to tier 2 movements. And then tier 3, we are projecting to move from 42 organizations to 48 organizations in that tier. And tier 3 stipend eligibility comes with it. That is kind of the big draw to tier 3 is that as an organization, you receive leadership stipends. Every single tier 3 organization has about $7,020 in their stipend line item, and you can have up to 7 officers eligible for stipends. But with tier 3, one thing that PFC really does look at, and we saw this again in our budget hearings this week, what we really do look at is whether or not organizations meet requirements, because tier 3 and tier 4, they have a whole lot of bigger requirements, especially when it comes to events and event services in the populations that they're serving. And so PFC, even though it is directly in our financial priorities to help organizations move up and down tiers, we aren't just doing it, necessarily willy-nilly. We're really seriously looking at kind of whether or not they meet the requirements, and if they're going to be able to upkeep that tier, because we've seen time and time again, there's a lot of research behind this. It's actually kind of interesting. We've seen time and time again that sometimes organizations will ask to move up a tier, and then within the next year, they're already back down like a tier or several tiers. So PFC is not just doing this, to kind of be crappy and like be like, we don't want you to move up tiers. We're doing it really for the interest of the longevity of the organization. And then tier 4, we're expecting to move from 25 to 36 orgs. And again, that comes with stipend eligibility. And there's like a really tiny slice that says spec, and that's just exec, senate, and concourt, because stipends, the stipend model for those are just a tiny bit different. I don't know if you've noticed, but we don't exactly have 14 members on any of those boards. So yeah, any questions so far? I know this is a lot. This is like the past 6 months for me, so I hope you guys are having fun. Next slide, please. And then this is our overall increase, decrease, freeze. We're looking at 13 organizations asking for a decrease. I would say that the majority of organizations that are asking for a decrease are organizations that have been around for a while and like are pretty comfortable in their finances and like kind of have the financial aspect of their organization like down pat. So like they know what they're doing and they know like we can go to surplus. Freezes, we're looking at 21 freezes in total, and again, it kind of goes hand in hand. The ones that are asking for freezes are the organizations that have been around for a while. They're the ones that are comfortable in their finances. And then increases, we're looking at a total of 130 increases. That's like 79.3%. And these are primarily newer organizations or organizations that have had serious budget cuts in previous years. And again, to go with our financial priorities for PFC, we have explicitly stated that we are looking to help cultural organizations and organizations impacted by COVID. We're looking to help them financially recover or at least better our relationships however they deem appropriate. Next slide. I don't know if you guys can tell, but I'm also like a really big data nerd. Sorry. Unallocated reserve. Unallocated reserve, like I mentioned earlier, PFC unanimously voted in agreement on Monday to officially recommend to Senate that no more expenditures from unallocated reserve occur. I think kind of the PFC conversation around this is that it's been almost rendered obsolete with the Senate Rules Amendment, and it's in the best interest of PFC if we sort of save the unallocated reserve fund to go towards next year's, should the next year's Senate want to do something more with it. And it loosens up our budget a little bit more to be able to allocate more towards student organizations. PFC, we are accounting for in total 0.5% of our budget, so $10,000 to go towards next year's unallocated reserve. That is something that we can comfortably do. And so using the total of unallocated reserve from 6:35 p.m. today, with the $10,000 added, that would be $45,494 in fiscal year 25-26 for unallocated reserve. And then again, I just want to reiterate that unallocated reserve is a carry forward account. That is something that is pretty important. And so these funds aren't going to be returned to surplus at the end of the year, and they're going to be something that stays in unallocated reserve until they're used. Next slide. PFC goals. I added some cows to the side because I thought they were fun. So
They are very.
they are. Would you like things instead? So PFC goals this year, and I think that you can really see these primarily in the way that we are interacting with our organization tags and the way that we are conducting budget hearings thus far, 2 weeks in, is we are really interested in fostering growth within our campus community, rewarding fiscal responsibility, as you can see with the PFC scorecard, encouraging collaboration with organizations, not only just from like organization to organization, but from PFC to organization, because PFC has been historically a very, very like cold, committee, and they're not something that you really want to go to. Sorry, I was distracted for a second. Appropriately supporting organizations by means that they deem necessary. Again, we can tell an organization that you're eligible for a 20% increase, but at the end of the day, that doesn't mean that they want a 20% increase. And we can say, yes, we're gonna give cultural organizations all this money, but then that doesn't mean that cultural organizations want all that money. So really PFC goal this year is to just communicate. It's not that hard, just communicate and talking to organizations and make sure that our relationships exist outside of the budget process. And kind of breaking down those barriers. And then all in all, improving transparency and communication between PFC and PFC and student organizations. Yeah. Next slide, that's very rhythmic.
This is also quite nice.
That's a stock photo. What?
The other one was it?
No. The other one was from Crater Lake. Do you wanna go back to the other one?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, they're cows. They're Crater Lake cows.
Wow.
Yeah.
So those were more fun than the lake was?
Yes.
I really thought you just sat there and said cow.
What'd you do with this one, tree?
I'm kind of offended. Like I did all this research for the rest of the presentation and okay. I digress. So PFC benchmark kind of all in all, PFC is and I'm very confident in saying this as PFC chair, PFC is already very fiscally responsible this year. As I said earlier, we sat in budget hearings on Monday from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. going line item by line item, literally talking to these organizations and like discussing, not telling them, but discussing with them, you know, what were their priorities for the next year? What were they willing to cut? Where's some wiggle room in their budget? And that just doesn't come out of, you know, trying to be an asshole. That comes out of like, we are trying to serve as many student organizations as we can. And we want to make sure that if we're going to cut people, we're going to do it right because we don't want to, you know, just unnecessarily defund an organization unless they're there. And I would say that most of our organizations are very understanding of that. And they have literally come to the table and as soon as they sit down, they go, because me personally, as a tag, I've told every single one of my organizations, advocate for what you need. And I'm not going to speak on like what PFC is going to do because at the end of the day, I just don't know. But advocate for what you need and we'll see what we can do. And we'll talk about it together. So a lot of organizations hearing that first, they come to the table and they say, this is kind of our biggest string. We know exactly like what we want to cut down and we know where we can cut down. And most of the members of PFC have background experience or education in finance. I actually found this out on Tuesday, last night, when apparently a large portion of my team is actually accounting or finance majors. It was kind of scary, guys. I'm not even, yeah. And also a lot of PFC members have been in organizations or have had direct experience working through budget processes. I would say a good chunk of our members come directly from cultural organizations or come from like-minded organizations. And so this process isn't something that is completely foreign to them. And this 2 million number isn't something that was just like drawn out of thin air. It is something that we have like done serious research on and we have like directly consulted with student organizations on. It is something that like we need to have. And then we just hold a shared commitment to improving PFC and assisting student organizations. And I think this number speaks a lot to that. Next slide. So just to reiterate, our benchmark is again, not a guesstimate or a suggestion. It is what we need at a minimum, 2 million. It's really the only way that we are going to be able to equitably serve our student organizations, and anything under that is kind of doing a disservice to our community because PFC is ultimately the largest committee here. I was talking to Julie, our PFC advisor, on Friday, and we were going through some statistics together as we normally do in our Friday meetings. And 33% of student organizations last year actually recorded their attendance numbers, and out of that 33%, 11,900 students in total were served. That is half of our student population. And so we have all of this money, not to like shit on you guys, but we have all this money going to PFC, but PFC has the lowest benchmark and has the lowest amount of funds, and a 5% increase is really not that much in the grand scale of things. And 2 million at the end of the day, I think PSC is at a consensus that that is the lowest that we are willing to go. And if we go any lower, then we're gonna be big balling and acting like we have $2 million. So anyway, thank you. Next slide.
Wow. Well, Madam Vice President, I wanna.
I actually don't know why Sayuri is so blurry.
I want.
Please pull percentage of it.
I wanna thank you and your committee, because I was at some of your budget hearings over the past few days, like, the amount of work that y'all have been doing is incredible, and it's like, thank you for the beautiful slideshow. Does anybody on Senate have any questions? We can get to you in a second.
Nice, so can you please send us the PFC chat? Thank you.
Anyone on Senate have questions for Vice President Gary, and then we can get to Hunter. And so, hold on, wait, I don't know if you're okay.
He has to do this on his own now, he doesn't have an assistant there, so.
What do I do? Okay, so we're gonna go Moreno, who was over there? Okay, Moreno, Ducharme. Okay, that's all of us. All right. Moreno?
Yes, good.
Yeah, and Ducharme.
I would like to reiterate what Talik said and thank you for all the work that you've done within PFC and for this amazing slideshow. I know you didn't really have a choice but to put one together, but I appreciate how elaborate it is. And my question for you is, when you're working with orgs to cut down on line items, like how do you deem some line items that are better to go to surplus within the school year as opposed to just giving it to them within their budget?
Yeah, that's a great question. Mohammed and Peters, if you want to jump in, feel free, because I am human and I only have so much capacity in my brain. But one specific example is on Monday, we met with the Minority Association of Pre-Medical Students, MAPS, and their budget request, I think, was at a 110% increase from the 24-25 budget, and was about the same percentage of an increase from the 23-24 budget. And we had a few people on our committee raise concerns about how large of an increase that was, and how with the point system, they were only eligible technically for, I think, a 10% or 20% increase, so 4 to 5 points. And so what happened in this hour-long meeting, which was fantastic, was we just went through line item by line item, and had them explain to us kind of in detail, because again, none of us are medical students, and so we were kind of like, what is this? Like, what are you needing this for? And I honestly thank them a lot, because they had a lot of grace with the situation, and I think they could tell, like, we actually did not know what they were talking about. But we went through line item by line item and had them kind of explain to us why, why it might be necessary in their budget to ask for stethoscopes. And we would be like, well, do you need this in your budget, or are you going to be buying this year, or are you going to be constantly buying them every single year? And they took the time and they explained to us, it's something that we could buy this year, but we want to save it until next year, and it's something that we're going to be having for a while, so this is kind of the one thing that we expect. This is the one time that we expect to use these funds on this for the foreseeable future. And so that was kind of like what those conversations were like. And so it definitely, again, wasn't us being like, well, this line item doesn't seem necessary, so why do it? It was really all of us coming to the table and being diligent about having conversations about why each line item was necessary and what would that mean for the org if we didn't fund that line item. And I think most of the time when we were having these conversations with orgs, it was we would ask, what is your biggest priority for the next fiscal year? What are you really looking to focus on? And they would point out, specific line items, and it would be then that they would be like, maybe we don't need this line item, maybe we don't need this much in this line item. You're right, maybe this could be from surplus, or maybe I didn't think that this could come from surplus, but that's an option now. So, yeah.
Ducharme?
Hi, thank you very much. I was curious about how binding the scorecards were, because it's so obvious how much work you and the rest of the committees put in, and I just don't I would hate, if you're saying that $2 million is the minimum, like, let's fund these organizations, and I don't want you to have the minimum, I want you and student organizations to have everything they've asked for. Obviously, you've done a lot of work to make sure that their asks are reasonable, but are there situations or a significant number of situations where you feel like you've been constrained by this benchmark and, you actually like this number to be larger?
No, I don't necessarily think so. I think you'll see something different in Hunter's presentation, so I'm gonna let him speak more to that. But 2 million is something that PFC has been considering, I think ultimately since August. I think that's the first time that I brought that number up and the first time that we seriously discussed that number. And I don't think that we feel constrained at all by the 2 million. It provides a little bit of wiggle room for other organizations, and that's not even considering at all surplus within the next year, and how organizations are only open to requesting from surplus in future years. And so, yeah, 2 million isn't something that we're necessarily constrained by. We're open, of course, to like receiving more funds, but 2 million is again like the lowest that we're willing to go, our absolute minimum. But if it's more, then we won't complain.
Anybody else?
No self-care question?
Yeah, so Hunter.
Ice cold, baby.
Hey.
Director Dolan.
Oh, heyo.
This is not a question directed at PFC. Great job. I had a question for overall Senate in general. So we do our presentations and then you guys vote after every presentation, or you vote at the end of all of the presentations?
I'm pretty sure we adopt each benchmark as we go. Scroll and then Dylan.
To adopt the PFC benchmark, second review.
I think do you have the number that you're?
Million?
Adopt the benchmark at, adopt the number.
You want to see the PSC spreadsheet? I think that might help the situation.
No, we just need the number. Is it this one?
No.
Wouldn't it just be 2 million?
I was say, isn't it zero? Zero, let's say just 2 million.
I don't know. And just 2 million flat?
It's 2 million flat, but Hunter's requesting a different number.
Well, 100, that's fine. That's fine. So I do.
I'm just trying to prove yours.
Senate will be in order, please.
There's 2 different requests coming through PFC tonight, and it's dependent on not PFC factors. And so the PFC number is again the lowest that we're willing to go, but Hunter is requesting a slightly higher number.
I'd say, so do you want to, we don't have.
What I was saying is that I can pull up the PFC benchmark because it has several different considerations within that, and it shows like, different avenues that we can.
And then we as Senate can decide whether or not which one we want to adopt. That sounds good. I like that.
Okay, so we'll wait for Hunter's presentation or show you the goddamn spreadsheet?
Show me the spreadsheet.
I'm so sorry for what everybody is about to see. I actually apologize.
We're just like dependent on each other. I'm wondering if you should review all of them before we're adopting any of them.
That's right.
It's unfair to adopt them. But then again, this is just.
We're gonna take a look at the spreadsheet here and see. But I agree. I think that might be.
I mean, like from.
Right. So I'm eager to hear. Share.
Okay, so that we actually.
I would remind senators that while we're listening to presentations, I don't really know why laptops need to be open for that at all, so I would close them. Just.
Really see it.
Oh, okay. If you're, that's fine.
Guys, I promise that once you start looking at it a little bit more, it makes sense.
I think you get
So
it.
what's
It's really
intimidating?
So. I guess I'll just break this down, is right here is every single organization's budget for the past 10 years, so since 2014. Some of them have the percentages increase and decrease going from year to year. This right here is projected budgets from 24-25 using percentages, so 5% increase, 10%, 15, 20%. And up here at the top, you'll see PFC's total budget for the past 10 years, and then all of this over here is the 2024-2025 budget increased by different percentages for the entirety of PFC for the next fiscal year. Moving over to the other column, we also have projected budgets using the PFC guide, so the scorecard. And so this first column right here, you have every single organization, the base amount that they're allotted by PFC using the scorecard, and then different percentages increase. All of right here is their points. And then at the top, you just kind of have the guidelines for the scorecard. Moving all the way over to this last column, which is disgustingly huge, we have the projected budget using organizations' requests. So this is directly from the Engage page, from the budget module, from like the bare bones requests of organizations. So you'll have the current tier, the tier that we're requesting for the next year, their increase, decrease, freeze, their 2023-2024 budget, the percentage, here, let's do it this way, 2023-2024 budget, 24-25 budget, their requested 26 budget, and then the increase from the 23-24 budget to the 26 budget, from the 24-25 budget to the 26 budget. Are you guys following? We're getting to the, we're starting with the bare bones, and then at the very, very bottom, sorry, please hold, is the different numbers. Yes, I just wanted to start with that so we had a base understanding of where we were all at. So, like I said earlier, the base amount using the scorecard, I can also zoom in. Isabella, I see that your face is confused.
I just am blind. I think I need glasses, guys. It is.
Okay. So this right here is is just using all the totals from the scorecard. That's the 1.9 million number. The 200 million, the 2 million number is 50K more than that, and that is like our base lowest, and that is specifically to account for new organizations because the scorecard does not account for them. And then I think the number that Hunter is requesting is this 2,148,630 number right here. Okay.
I'll confirm out.
Okay, so here's what
Yes,
we'll
I think
do.
that it is.
Thank you for sharing this. We will hear out AFC and CFC and your exec rec. And then we can vote on each one, because I think that might just make this.
It's like slightly.
Yeah, I'm just a little bit confused. Shouldn't we just vote on the PFC benchmark and then vote on the exec recommendation, which would include their ideal for PFC, DFC, and CFC? I'm just confused.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
Originally, but it's.
So, can I speak?
You may.
The
I know
reason
it's
why
unfair.
we're kind of, is because execs benchmarks are not entirely different. It's an entirely different scenario resulting around DFC. That's why we want you to hear CFC, DFC, and PFC's original plan that exec agrees with. But if the co-op does not take the 865,000, exec and PFC and DFC and CFC have come up with another plan. And that's why we want.
So that's why you want it to go in.
Wait, you need us to understand the co-op situation.
Yes.
Okay.
And because that is what defines the rest of the committees.
So I think the co-op situation's gonna.
Everyone wants to spend action.
I was gonna say we should adopt PFC's budget first because of what I remember Tira saying in like one of the first or second ones is it's always the opposite. It's always CFC and DFC determining PFC. I would like that. I know, and if whatever the co-op situation resolves and we can give y'all extra money, I'd be for that. But I would let's like take care of the student orgs first. That's
I agree.
I agree. So the motion will be, I move to adopt the PFC benchmark in the amount of, and then however much you're asking for.
The second column, right?
2 million.
Let's make it easy.
The 2 million one, so. Dylan and Peters.
I move to adopt the PSE benchmark in the amount of $2,148,630.25.
Second, Ramirez.
Then I have a question.
Just 2 million flat? No.
I move to my motion.
Move to my motion.
Thought it was 2 million.
Yeah.
I move to approve the PSE benchmark for 2 million flat.
Second, Ramirez.
Motion made by Dylan, seconded Peters, a little over 1,000. With my roll, Peters.
Aye.
Vote. Potter.
Aye.
Here.
Aye.
Correct.
Aye.
Fisher.
Aye.
Williams.
Aye.
Ramirez Pineda.
Aye.
Nagaraj. Woo.
Aye.
Husband.
Aye.
Excellent. Scrum.
Aye.
Dylan.
Aye.
William.
Aye.
Aye. Oh. Charity.
Aye.
I say aye, can, in the minutes, we put, Nagaraj abstaining. Great, that passes. Now, ASUO's best brightest finance committee, DSC. Oh, Kyle, get your thing.
Hello, everyone. For those of you that may not know me, my name is Kyle. I'm the DFC Chair and Executive Designee. So talking about the DFC benchmarks for fiscal year 26, I did kind of want to start with a few summary items that distinguish us from DFC. We have much less explicit control over how our departments spend the funds. We do have line item budgets, and we expect them to follow these and fill them out accurately. But at the end of the day, what we give to them is a lump sum, and it is to be used at their discretion. And we have very limited audit control. We cannot look into their books. We can't see how they're actually spending the money. So a lot of what we do and what we decide and distinguish is coming from the external things that we see in conversations with their department heads and their accountants and whatnot. Just kind of wanted to premise that because some of the things I'll get to later. Give you all a little summary right now for fiscal year 25. DFC is about 4.35 million. For the entirety of the requests that were turned into us, they are about 4.8 million. So that is a 10.2% increase or $444,000. So a very, very substantial increase the departments need. A lot of this was due to CSL increases or the current service level, which is basically an inflationary measure of things needed to keep their departments running. After some preliminary cuts, we have got this number down to our benchmark of $4,560,324, which is a 4.7% increase or $204,800. So the basis for a lot of these cuts was unreasonable requests, lack of financial disclosure, fiscal irresponsibility, and just a generally large carry forward balance that shows they're not spending their funds. I included a couple spreadsheets in here. This first one shows what the departments requested. So you can kind of look through those. I hope you all have access to this so you can look at it on your own computers because all those numbers small. But if you're curious to see what each individual department is requesting, that is it right there. Our next slide shows what we kind of cut them down to based on our expectations and what we think is both more realistic and a better demonstration of fiscal responsibility. Great. I did want to go over some of these preemptive cuts we made in getting to our benchmark. First one is SGES, Student Government Engagement and Supports. This is a great department. They do so much to not only support us, but to support the student orgs, and legal services also gets wrapped up under that. This is the second year Becky has asked for a new staff member to help kind of bear some of the burden of supporting all of us. While we do support this position, she has enough carry forward to fund it for 2 years. And last year we came to an agreement that if it was an interim position, she would be able to use carry forward to fund it. Unfortunately, we still haven't hired anyone. So at this time, we're not going to put it in to reoccurring budget for this new staff member. Forensics, this somewhat similar situation. This is the 4th year he has asked for a new staff member. It's a pretty unique situation in that he feels that a new staff member is necessary to travel with the team and provide logistics support. So that's where we were evaluating this last year and looking into it and talking with members of forensics that actually travel. it didn't feel necessary and felt like a kind of way for him to push off some of the work and not have to be on the road, even though we found out he really doesn't travel with them much. Essentially, one of the terms that was used by a mock trial member was, we don't need a hired babysitter. And they do have traveling expenses that we're happy to accommodate, increase per diem, to name one, to really support those students that are out there. I mean, they are adults. Traveling can be stressful, yes, but they're adults, they don't need a babysitter. That was our original outlook. There have been some new things that have come to light. Namely, that they've lost a couple more staff members. This one very well might be getting reversed in final budgets, just to clue you in a little bit early on that, but we will let you know with more information once we meet with them and find out about what the actual situation is over there. Duck rides, yeah, so they have a massively large carry forward balance. It is over 600 grand. So they are in the process of upgrading their fleet, which they're using carry forward for, which is a good use of funds. Fleet's old, it needs to be upgraded. They're looking into upgrading for electric vehicles. We can reduce the carbon emissions with that. We also just recently gave them the balance of the equipment reserve. Little backstory on the equipment reserve, it was a quote unquote forgotten account. Last year, it kind of came up out of nowhere and had a balance of 160,000 approximately. But the unique thing about this is it can only be used for depreciating assets, and we are not allowed to build depreciating assets into our books. So we can't really use it, and not a lot of other departments or anyone else can really use it. So we felt that it was just in the best interest to give that over to them because they need a new access shuttle. I'm sure you guys have all seen the access shuttle that currently drives around campus. It has a lift, and it is a great resource for students that suffer from mobility issues. And I think it's a great program, but it again is at the end of its life, so they need a new one. So that is what they're using those balances for. But then they also kind of came back and asked for a very substantial increase. If you guys want to look at that chart right there, you can see right next to each other in the green, or green on my screen.
It's green.
Okay, yeah, the ones right next to each other, you can see the benchmark request. Go back, what's going on over there? Basically, you can see the amounts, that second to last column is the amount we have reduced their initial benchmark or their initial request to our benchmark. And then the last column is the increase from last year. So our benchmark increased from last year. So you can kind of see how those balances differ. Yeah, we can move forward. We have a few more cuts. University theater. This is another one that kind of highlights the lack of financial control we really have over these departments. Their only line item was student ticket subsidy. And as far as I was concerned, that was all they were spending things on. And now during this request, she's come forward and asked for basically like talking about how the costs of a lot of other things have gone up, and the cost of wood and materials, and they need to hire a new person. So it kind of just like out of left field, and at least for me was a very questionable thing to think we were funding one thing and only to find out that for who knows how long we've been funding other things. So yeah, we cut that one way back because we didn't like that one bit. And if we do find out that those requests are reasonable and that we agree with those spending decisions, that may also be reversed. But for now, we didn't feel comfortable granting that in full. Ben Center, another just high increase, a lot of doing their own calculations above and beyond CSL. And in addition, it felt like the vast majority of the funding and efforts of the department were being funneled back into the department. There was probably like a 500-word essay talking about the things they were going to spend increases on. Easily 450 of them were related to taking care of the staff at the center and going on conferences and retreats and food for the staff. It really just, it felt like a lot of effort was being expended on the staff. And while we totally support our student workers and want them to have the education and resources they need, at the end of the day, this department is for all students and not just the staff that work there. So that was a large reason for the men's center. SCRC, to wrap this up, there was just a wage increase. The vast majority of what we pay to this department is the director's salary, and it's a one-person department, and she does a lot of great work. But this wage increase was far and away above CSL, and so we didn't feel at this time this was an appropriate use of student funding, especially during a year where CSL increases are quite high, and going above and beyond that seems a little out of the blue, a little ridiculous. But moving forward, some final notes and considerations. These things will be affecting our final budget choices and our decisions as we move through this budget process. We have the U.S. student workers negotiations. Obviously, we want to support our student workers, and we also want to prepare our departments to properly pay these student workers. We could end up in a very bad situation where a contract is signed and departments do not have the funding to pay these student workers, which means people get laid off, people get fired, hours get reduced. These are things that we want to see, and these are things that are going to tangibly impact the department's operations. So we're keeping that in mind as we're moving forward. High inflation. I know we've kind of come out of a period of very high inflation. Some people, myself included, and people with more economic research and background, not just a undergrad minor, they feel that we are about to head into another period of high inflation. Please feel free to come talk to me if you're curious about that. I'm happy to talk about it, but I'm gonna move past it. CFC impacts too. As we're moving forward, CFC is weighing heavily on our minds. Just gonna leave that there, and we'll hear from Jordan soon enough. Yeah, kind of mentioned this briefly. There is a large cost of living increase this year. Just calculated it over the next fiscal year. They're asking for a 6.6% cost of living increase, which is likely accurate with inflation. But it's something you need to keep in mind as we're budgeting for salaries and working to pay our student workers more and the pro staff. And then past requests and responsibility. There's a lot of history in here, and when it feels like departments have not been fully honest with us in the past, it can affect our relationship. And while we want to support the work they do for students, they also should not be taking advantage of the student government for their own agendas. Yeah, any questions?
Sean? Hi, thank you very much. I was curious if you had done any preliminary estimations of what the budget would look like at various levels of the U.S. student workers contract.
Oh,
sorry.
I am so glad you asked me that, because I have built this very nifty tool. DMC, is it in the chat?
Oh, yeah.
What? I think it's in the chat.
Oh,
Yeah, so little,
Thing with the side.
yeah, with the like student wages.
That was great.
Yeah, so this is, I took some time to basically build a little model that I'm hoping can get thrown on the board. But essentially, it separates out the amount of student wages that we pay to each department with best accuracy I could, given the lack of real auditability. But it should be pretty close. Basically, 26% of the DFC budget is student wages. And there's a little model in there that we can see, you can change the amount of wage increase, and you can see how that would impact the DFC bottom line. I believe it is 18.3% wage increase that will force DFC up to 5%. So that's kind of what we're floating right there.
Remember that hypothetical?
I'm just gonna, wait. No,
It's not in the chat.
But, okay, but I was gonna say, like,
No,
we went over it in our last GFC meeting on Monday, and we went through and just kind of.
Testing.
Yeah.
So the hard part with this is that we presented our wage proposal and have gotten no response. So we have no idea what's going to happen. So we tried to do like the highest first tier, which is we have proposed $24 an hour, and I think it goes up to like 26. We also have differentials. So that's what we based it on, and I think it was like $500,000. But I also want to preface this by saying that when negotiations happen, it's not like our responsibility to figure out where that money comes from, it's the universities. And so I'm currently trying to do like a deep dive of black holes of where university has money, because there are like literally even just with the depreciation fund, like we didn't know about that and it was just hiding somewhere. So hopefully we can find other ways the university would find other avenues to fund this without having layoffs and cutting people, because ultimately like that's not the goal, and I don't want that to be framed as like higher wages are gonna lead to those types of things. So just to preface that, that responsibility is on the university and partially the union to kind of figure out those avenues, but just, yeah, I didn't want it to leave on that note.
I was gonna say, and you raise a really good point, like, and we have the ability to, I'm trying to get a sentence here, right? We have the ability though to be able to see what it would be like for our departments. I just.
Do you want me to send it to you?
Yeah.
Please.
You sent it to me over Teams.
I'm like so sorry for this.
Let's see if that works.
It's been a week.
It has been a week.
Okay, so I just wanna. Like, which increases have any increases been included? Any increases beyond the university's CSL or wages been included in this benchmark?
No, not at this time.
And if it was, you're saying you looked at it, and if there's an 18.3% average salary increase, that would take you to 5%, but that's a later conversation that we should worry about at this point.
Yes, I also ran a number last GFC meeting based on a $20 an hour wage, which seems like a reasonable landing place for contract negotiations. That would be a 42% increase in student wages, and I believe it put us 11.2% change in the DFC budget. So these are pretty substantial numbers that we need to keep in mind. And I kind of did want to point out Victoria's comment that yes, it is not the union's duty to find where this extra money is going to come from. But as a body that pays a lot of the wages, we should be planning for those. And while most of them are not our responsibility, what is on this chart right there is our responsibility. And we don't want to leave those student workers hanging out to dry. Any other questions?
Thank you, the committee, for all your work.
Of course, thank you.
So, hold on. Okay, Hunter, can I yield to you, because I think you have something cooking up. So.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
And then,
So we're not voting.
well, hold on, this is nothing, we're this, and then, yeah, go for it.
Okay, so just to give you a little hindsight, sorry, I'm requesting that you guys wait until after CFC to vote on CFC's benchmark. Not about DFC, go ahead, vote. Just because execs is differing.
It's very different.
Yeah, very different, guys, very different. Our benchmark is lower than theirs, is basically why I'm waiting you to hold off, because I'm going after.
Okay, so thank you, we'll come back to you, Kyle. What number, you want to, is it the 4,500,000? Yes. Okay. So hold on, we're gonna go Ackman, Ducharme, and Lipman.
Can we also hold off on DFC? It seems like everyone's like.
We're gonna go.
Just waiting for that.
The benchmark vote is non-binding.
Okay.
It's a formality to show Senate support and awareness of the budgetary process.
Thank you, guys. That being said, Ackman, does that do you? That.
I move to approve the DFC benchmark in the amount of $4,550,324.
She's so.
Motion made by Ducharme, seconded by Esmond.
No way.
Bo. Potter. Potter.
Hi.
Ackman. Ramirez.
Hi.
Moreno.
Hi.
Fisher.
Hi.
Withers.
Hi.
Ramirez Pineda. Nagaraj. Woodland.
Hi.
Esmond.
Hi.
Thank you. Stroke.
Hi.
Aye.
Hi.
Aye.
Stretching.
All right. The much awaited CFC budget. I can see there's some. There's Hunter. There's Hunter go. There's a lot of interest in this because there is a lot of money that's kind of, I know, in flux. There's some question marks. It's a contract, but we'll get to that. That's at the end. We're just gonna go through. CFC is also kind of different than the other three because there's fewer contracts, but a lot of the time we're paying another entity to do something. So it's kind of different in that way. We'll get to what I mean, probably the first one. Oh, yeah, Daily Emerald, they are the, we fund Daily Emerald. They are the newspaper, you see them if you follow them on Instagram, they've been doing what they do, which is the newspaper. So, I mean, they asked for the minimum increase, we said fine, they're super active, they're everywhere. Pretty simple on that one. Next one. Cascadia Mobility, this one's not simple. Their Peace Health bikes, they have gotten a lot of larger increases, but for starters, for this fiscal year, they had $125,000. They requested between 50 grand and 75 grand, which is a large increase, between 20 to 60% increase. We approved a $15,000 increase, which is still a 12% increase, which is larger than the typical 3%. They expanded a lot, they're growing, but they're starting to expect ASUO and university institutions to pick up the slack that the Peace Health organization left when they pulled it. They kind of are no longer really the people funding it. They only funded it for the 3 to 5 years. So they're kind of expecting other entities to do that, and we're another entity, but we're also not. If you go to the next slide, please. Yeah, so that shows the student. We're gonna hopefully try to, during our budget hearings, negotiate with them and figure out what they need the money for so bad. And try to get that down or get a better deal, because the deal isn't terrible for students, but it's could be better. So we didn't say yes to their full 75K. So next slide. Lane Transit District, this one's pretty straightforward. We're paying Lane Transit District LTD for a bus pass for every single student. This is one of the largest, if not the largest or second largest, one of those for ASUO. So far it was kind of hovering around 5,000 students a year, but in their, when they gave us the data, it's 10,000 students have redeemed their bus pass. So that's half the, like, little shy of half the student population. They asked for within the 4% increase. We gave it to them, or we gave it to the benchmark, because they're serving a lot of students. It makes sense. Next slide. Oxford, here with us right now in the room. They come to every Senate meeting. We hear about their campaigns. I'm a tag, one of their tags. We know what they're doing. They requested $4,000 extra from the 152 where they're at. We said, go for it. Made sense. Next one. Legal services. This one needs more advertisement, but we're starting to do that with the sign outside the door in ASUO. I'm sure some of you've seen it. They give legal advice to students, which is super needed, because I mean, I don't know anything about like any legal things. Yeah. So they've helped about 1,000 students. It's a bit pricey, so that's why I think they need to be like talked about more and told about more, but it is still at the end of the day a really good service that is being provided to the student body, and I would like to keep doing that. They asked for the minimum increase. We said yes. They're one of the larger contracts we have, but we still said yes because it was within the 3% increase. Next slide. Rideshare. This is kind of the question mark, but it's easily adjustable. It's not like the other contracts. It's we put money into it, and then that is taken out of the thing because people use it. There's 3 different programs right now. There's the night rides, which is every month you get 4 $7 off coupons. The 79X supplemental, which has been difficult to get. This has been a new contract, so it's been taking a bit to get off the ground, longer than we'd like. With the 79X, which was the bus lane that goes to Chase Village. I'm pretty sure I mentioned this to everyone. CFC previous year stopped funding that because there wasn't that many folks using it. So we were going to use the rideshare as a free ride after hours of the 79X to get people back home. So that's one, and that's going to be completely paid for. And then healthcare rides. We're working with SHAC to get healthcare rides, free rides to pharmacies, the 2 hospitals, urgent care, Planned Parenthood, and those sort of things. So those are 3. We're not sure where it is. This is kind of the most kind of up in the air, but the other reason we did it is because the previous CFC from last year wanted to allocate 175 to the program, and then they got cut down to 132. So we're kind of going off of those, and I'm working and meeting with ASUO Transit to get that a little more dialed in. Next one. Go up, and here we are, much awaited. The big one, Hunter is salivating over this amount of money. Everyone wants it. It's a lot of money, but it also is going to children. So, will you take money from children? That is a hyperbole, but I do think we should really consider. So I'll get to this, but I would like to start this off with saying the amount we usually do is we say how many people is this affecting, and how much does it cost, right? And you just divide that, right? And you figure out how much is going to each student. I think that works for most of the time, but it doesn't always work because of the fact that these tend to be people who need more support. There are students who are also parents. So this is a lot of money, and this has been complicated to work with, but bear with me as I try to explain the situation. I know I've explained it a couple times, but I'm going to go through it again so everyone has the full details. So previous year allocated $765, $786 from CFC. That was from CFC's budget. As you all know, over the summer, we took from surplus $134,000 to cover the cost, because when 2 weeks into being in the CFC, they didn't accept the deal that we offered them, and they needed more money, so we went back into negotiations. They were going through the RFP at the time, so anything was up. And so the solution that we came to, working with exec, was to use surplus to supplement it for this year. So now we're in this year and we're dealing with the same problem. The requested benchmark was 927, which is technically a 3% increase from the 900K, but a 21% increase for CFC. And then they did budget requests for what they need, because I was also attacked for them, and we wanted to know like what is their need number, and that is $928,828. So you can see there's like a $2,000 difference between the 3% increase from the 900K that we had. That doesn't matter too much, but it is good to keep in mind that they still will be needing more money. Next slide. So that kind of breaks that down what I just said. CFC allocated another 100,000 to them, which is a 13% increase. The only reason we were able to do this is because OSA went defunct. Previously this year, OSA, through no fault of them or us, had to shut its doors, and that money was left on the table. So it was more than 100,000, it was 117,000. But we took the 100,000 and we pushed it through childcare because that's what we could do, and the only reason we can give them that much money at this point is because of OSA. There's still a decrease for them though. A $34,000 decrease from 900 from what they were having this year, and then a $214,000 decrease from where they would from the 3% increase for their benchmark. And then the co-op data, I can't really see that from up here, but that is how much it serves. So this is what I was talking about, the over-under. I cannot see that. If someone could read so yeah, 83 kids. So they serve about upwards of 100, more than 100 kids, but 62 families, and then it has the breakdown up there. I believe it's in the chat, right? Or you put it in the agenda, so people can see it, right? I would just want you all to read it, so you know how much there is, what's the volume, because that heavily matters. Next slide. This is from their SUO student rates. So if you go to the next slide, it compares the SUO student rates to the non-student rates, and the discount, they also prioritize students. That's how they work. I would encourage everyone to go through that data. Yes, next slide. So here's some more information. So it's used by student parents. OSA went out of service, and that's how we have this money. CFC wants to fund childcare, but it's very expensive and only getting more costly and less sustainable, which has been the conversation talking with the other chairs and exec. I know and CFC as a whole plans to work with them to see if there's any possible cost saving measures that can be implemented, raising tuition for students and non-students, increasing hours of operation, offering more enrollment spots. But it does not change the fact that it's very expensive, which we'll probably get to that conversation. I'd like to go to the last slide real quick. And then this is the overall increase. It's not a lot because of that OSA going away. It's not nothing, of course. I don't want to say this is a lot of money we're dealing with, but it is a 2.6% increase, which is under the 3% that CFC likes to hold itself to. Yeah, that's all. Questions, I imagine.
Thank you, George.
Yeah.
Sure.
Oh, I was wondering, how does this affect the other thing that?
Well, if the 865K goes away, if that contract ends, which it could end this year, then there's 865K up on the table for anyone to use. And by anyone, I refer to us not having to increase the IFE, because that could go to DFC and that could go to PFC as well. So yeah, that's why this is a big deal. And also we're getting rid of child. I would say, which would be a big impact on the lives of those who use it and rely on it.
Dylan?
So you said there's 100 children that it kind of takes care of a year?
Yeah,
Is that an increase, decrease?
I think it's a slight decrease from the other year. They had both years in that,
So then how come they're asking for more?
that's what we're trying to figure out as well.
Cause
That's
like,
the-
that's like
the-
$9,000 or something like that per kid, which I don't know how childcare works, but that seems like a lot to me, so I'm doing simple
Like a
math.
lot to us as well, so.
Jordan.
Oh.
Their reasoning is very big to me. The biggest thing that they've been pointing at is that they're projecting their increases in wages based on the negotiations with the student workers. They're assuming that they're bargaining. That's gonna cause they have basically they want to be able to compete with the other childcare centers. My thought process with that was I think bargaining is gonna take a long time. I'm not comfortable. Me personally, I'm not comfortable just projecting their wages based on like some arbitrary number because we don't even know what it is yet. But it's still very vague and they're not really like, in my opinion, they're not like a business. They're just kind of just throwing numbers out there.
Yeah, who are they competing with? Like, what's their?
Moss Street. And then Moss Street is, I want to say, do you know 2 million or 4 million? But I know they serve 40 students. I think it's 2 million. I think it's 2 million and they serve 40.
Competing is in wages, like how much they're paying.
I wouldn't say competing, more base themselves off of, like kind of compare themselves to.
Okay.
I can't speak to Moss Street, but it is funded by the EMU. So and they put 2 million into that and they serve half, if not more than half, or less than half of what the co-op does.
So they're concerned that if other childcare centers increase their wages through bargaining, that they will lose workers because no one wants to work at somewhere that
Okay.
makes less.
Yeah, you might have to.
Okay. I want to say after we were gonna go move in, I want.
That's great.
Oh, sorry, I was just.
Okay, I just wanted to. I wanted to share my first concern is that like we're in this position now, like we pulled from surplus to fund them at this number this year. And that was already a little rough, and certainly I would say unsustainable. I mean, if an org did something like that, I would tell them that's fiscally irresponsible. And so I worry that we're like kicking this can down the road again, just at the same, because it's a 1-year contract, right?
Yeah, and then the RFP process will
And
start.
I don't wanna put the next Senate or the next CFC in the same position, because I don't think any of us wanna be here. I mean, like, and the problem is like, we're.
I get what you mean.
It's childcare.
Yeah.
Right, like, we don't wanna, it's not that we want to defund childcare. It's that we need to like also look at our budget, and that's why, like, when we were talking, Jordan and I and Kyle have sort of been talking with basic needs, like, if we defund childcare, or at least, cut this contract, can we increase the childcare subsidy that DFC does? Julie is my tech basic need, she's already agreed to something that we would be able to do. And so it's that, I'm not saying that would do the same that having an actual childcare center would do, but I think it's doing our very best at what we have to work with right now. But I think my main point is I just don't want to hurt this sales. But I really do thank you for all the work that you and your team do. Live and do charm.
I also just want to say thank you for the presentation. I know you've been working on this for a while. My question is clarifying, the choice is to defund them. Is that more leaning towards because it's not sustainable for like future, like ASUO Senate, or is that like they cannot like run if they don't get the full increase?
The way they say it is they will not be able to run. I feel like, and there was other people in the room when we were negotiating with them at the end of spring term, we made it very clear how precarious their financial situation was, but then going into the tag meeting with them, they were surprised at our inability and not
our lack of funding for them, so there is a little bit of a disconnect between our two organizations because I feel like have communicated very clearly that, hey, the warning is on the wall, like this is not great, and they don't take those warnings as seriously as I would hope they would. But repeat your original questions, like.
Oh, just like, is the choice like, I mean, I think it's probably a little bit of both, but it's probably not like sustainable for future like senates, but then also like, can they even, cause I feel like it's not that much of like, and I don't think it's like, it's a large amount of money, so I feel like they would still be able to run, but it sounds like you're also saying that they're just gonna shut down completely instead of just like limiting the amount of children.
That's what they're saying. That's what they've been saying, like if they don't get the funding, like they don't get at least 900 and they said that last spring and they keep saying that, but it's very weird to the CFC as well, like we're giving you a lot, like how can you not function in some way, or is it really just is it really like all or nothing? So yeah, that's been a question for us as well.
Yeah, I just wanna like say from like my position, I mean, I think it's so important that we like do fund childcare and that like it's like not really a position that any of us are really in personally, but then also like going forward. I think there needs to be more clarification about what the funding is being used for and the specifics, because right now it's very unclear. Thank you.
You sure? Then Pinera and then.
Hi, everybody. This one's a very, very hard decision, and I think it's one that affects I guess our constituents far more in general than everyone else, because like the co-op center is smack dab in the middle of Spencer View housing, which is generally grad student housing. The people that are using the service are typically I'd say majority international students, international families, that are often honestly like somewhere between the ages of 30 and 35, or just getting by, trying to like study, not kind of a more standard undergraduate student. The childcare co-op center also, they provide significantly better care than their competitors. So there are state mandated ratios that you need to have for particular age groups. You need to have X number of employees that are keeping track of Y number of children. And the numbers at the childcare co-op center are the numbers that they commit to. They say we are always gonna have 2 people dealing with these number of babies. We're gonna have 4 people dealing with this number of 5-year-olds. They beat the state requirements consistently, and the other local organizations run by the University of Oregon do not. They say we promise to do exactly what the state requires us to do. The childcare co-op center also says that they see them. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I remember some studies say that like they see themselves as kind of keeping childcare costs kind of low across the region, and that they can offer slightly better rates than other places, and so other childcare centers are unable to kind of raise their prices because there's a competitor that's kind of undercutting them. So the co-op center is a remarkably complicated issue with pluses and minuses both ways. I think that, in general, it is not sustainable. It was not sustainable. And with OSA disappearing, there is a pot of money that matches reasonably well with the amount that they're asking for, that would make this amount reasonable to fit within the CFC budget. It's hard. It's like, but ultimately, I think I would prefer to see the childcare co-op center funded by CFC. As a second, I move to hear the exact benchmark so that we hear I move to table the CFC benchmark vote so that we can hear the other proposal from exec, so that we have a better idea of what we're really deciding on.
Can we have the form really quick? There was a motion made by Ducharme, seconded Cole to acclamation. Opposed? Nay.
Nay.
Other-
Abstain.
Okay. They, the opinion of the chair on this happens, so we're gonna continue on this.
Yeah, see.
It's Pinheiro, Moreno, Dillon, Stroh, Griffin, and Allen. And Bonnie.
I'm just slightly confused, and I would really like to see like a budget breakdown, because from what Bo said, that like our negotiations, oh my god, our negotiations are impacting that, but from my understanding, their student workers wouldn't be impacted because they're not in our unit.
Yeah, they keep saying that, but they're a contract, it's not, they keep, so basically the thing is, the union. Yeah, so basically.
Yeah, so I can explain a little bit. So there's just like certain weird stipulations. So like the Moss Street Children's Center, the student workers there are in our bargaining unit because they're funded by the EMU and they're wage workers. But like we don't have Daily Emerald workers in our unit, and like co-op workers aren't in our unit either. So our contract doesn't apply to them, which is why I was kind of like, why is that reasoning ? And I get it that like if we have higher wages, obviously that will impact a little bit, but I just like want to see a breakdown, I guess, because that's not enough information for me personally.
That's something that they said that has been, they've kept on that point, but I don't necessarily think that's accurate, cause I feel, yeah, I don't think that's super accurate, cause there's a lot of other jobs that are not university jobs that people work at that are either more or less money than a university job already. If that makes sense, in my.
So the competition's already there.
Yes.
With this contract, the competition is just like the same that's already
Just
around.
slightly more, but if you wanna go into childcare, which I imagine the people who work there would be interested in childcare specifically, I don't know, besides Moss Street, but Moss Street is like very small comparatively.
Okay, thank you, I yield.
Smaller.
Moreno, then Dillon, then Stroh, then Griffin.
Yeah, well, I want to start by saying thank you for all the work you've done in CFC, and I know that your heart is in this, and you've been incredibly transparent to everybody that's asked through this entire process, which has been very helpful in making a decision for all of us, I assume. And I know we talked about this one-on-one, but one of my big concerns comes from putting the money that OSA no longer will be utilizing into the co-op, just because I think we're missing out on an opportunity to continue funding something that will advocate for college students the way that OSA did. And I just don't feel comfortable putting the $117,000 that OSA used to advocate for college students at the state level when it won't even fully help co-op function.
That is a fair point. Yeah, having funds go towards like advocating is 100% a thing that I think we should be doing, but in the interim, I don't know if you all know this, so OSA as an entity is gone, but the OSA Foundation is not. So those are two separate things, kind of like the UO found, that's not the best example. But there's like foundations and then there's like organization, nonprofits, so the foundation is tied to it, but it's not the same thing. What dissolved was the OSA, not the foundation. So there is still a potential for the foundation or the OSA to come back in some form, and I know when I was in the last meeting, or when I was in the meeting, when they told us they wanted that, the form, it wasn't working.
I just recognize the value of CFC funding something like OSA that advocates for students, for higher education issues like they've done for many years. I yield.
Yeah, just for like communication purposes, I'm curious where you would want that money from OSA to go right now.
Oh, me? Yeah. I have no.
But you just don't want it in childcare.
Yeah, correct. It wouldn't even fully fund them at the level that they need to function fully, so I just don't think that's a good use of OSA funds.
Okay, so just for clarification for y'all, I think like let's assume that we don't give that money from OSA to them. I think it's just gonna be a matter of we give them that but if y'all approve whatever, like it's like 700 something thousand without the OSA money, that's not close to what they would be to quote unquote operate. whatever that means. That means that we give them the money and they would just continue spending it until I guess they can't operate anymore. So that's why I kind of want to like know like I'm on the fence right now, so I want to know like if we're gonna go that route, like where do we want to spend our other money? Because it's not just a matter of we can't fulfill this number, so I don't think it's a wise use of funding. It's we're gonna cut them, so we need to have a like a valid reason for cutting them and moving somewhere else.
Yeah. Okay, we're gonna keep moving on with speakers, but out of respect, we'll close the gallery.
Can you go into a quick bit of detail on what exactly the childcare subsidy would kind of do? Because like we need to, if we do decide not to do this, we have to explain to people what it is that this is gonna cover.
Sure, and the childcare subsidy already exists actually, and you're able to use it at any childcare center as long as you bring the receipt to the basic needs center. They give you the subsidy for it. Did we say 200,000 or 400,000?
It is 232,000.
Right now, and we said we would increase it by about 200,000 is what we were planning. Again, we haven't like cut childcare yet, so we don't know what funding we track. Or we haven't cut childcare, so we don't know what funding we would be using. But I've spoken to Julia and I've actually spoken to the vice president of student life, and we were talking about like how we can advertise it better, because right now like a subsidy can sit in basic needs if no one's using it. And so, like, first of all, we would be talking to parents that having to find new places. And I think the sooner we are able to tell the co-op, the more time we can give parents to find, alternative ways and figure out what to do after. And so we would certainly be increasing it with some of the money that would be used that wasn't paid to the country, but I'll yield to Kyle.
Yeah, thank you. So I kind of just wanted to point out a fact that if you look at those top wage rates for a weekly rate, they're charging students 300 and non-students 399. So we're spending all this money for essentially $100 discounts. Like if there was a student parent that wanted to pay for childcare every day of the week for all 30-ish weeks we're in school, that's still $9,000 out of pocket. And if you think about it, like that $400, you're getting a $100 discount because of the funding we provide. The childcare subsidy like covers 50% of expenses.
Yeah.
So in my mind, that's already a better deal, and you're not restricted to this one unit. It may be very accessible, and it might be great for some parents, but it does restrict people to this one center. I just kind of wanted to bring that up as we're talking about finance.
I was going to say, to be completely honest, I almost that's a great point, brother, about like how much we're actually investing to give the return. But also, I think that being able to use the subsidy anywhere could be more convenient.
Two things. Could it be used in Portland as well then?
Yeah.
Yes.
And also,
which is what that was a big thing that we talked about in our last.
Okay, that is something to consider. I didn't put two and two together on that one. And yes, that's the Marine one. And then I do want to say I think we're paying for more than just a $100 discount. We are paying for like a location space. Like I get what you're saying. It's a little bit of an oversimplification, but your other points are, yeah, I get what you're saying. I think that's a really valid cost analysis. Yeah, go for it.
I mean, if they are trying to operate as their own business and they are letting in people that are not students that have no affiliation with the university, if they have set their rates too low and they can't continue to operate based on the revenue that they're pulling in, I don't really see why we're subsidizing this company that can't stand on two legs for a discount that is really in all honesty not that great. And so that's my 2 cents. I know it might sound harsh, and I know they do good things over there, but it is, if they want to operate like a business, they should operate like a business.
Okay, thank you. Scrub. I'm not trying to. No, I'm just trying to be Scrub.
I think I yield. I'm on Victoria's point of I would love to see a budget breakdown of what this funding's actually used for. So I think everyone honestly would, and I think it's been more of a complication that they're not
really being upfront with a lot of stuff, and that the whole point is that the people in most contact with them are as confused as we are still after like constant communication. I think that should raise a lot of red flags about the operations of this program. However, I think the idea that's hindering all of us is like the concept of cutting childcare. That I believe that if we all spend this time working to focus more on a solution of where that childcare goes, I think we should all, I don't know, I don't want to tell everyone how to vote or anything, but I think we're in unison of like, this is a weird program, this money is not sustainable, this program and the system is not sustainable. Where else can we support them through other like programs to get them funding, or at least some of the funding through a subsidiary or whatever?
Sorry. I just do.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, serious.
My question was kind of going on what Liz was talking about. Are there other programs apart from the subsidy, like the subsidy that helps students with childcare? And if so, if anybody has any information or can shine a light on that, like I would love to hear other programs around campus that help students.
Not that I'm aware. I mean, I know there's certainly federal and state things.
So, like,
That's not really university. I wouldn't be like, guys, we're cutting childcare, but there's probably something better out there for you, you know what I mean? Yeah,
So, like,
that's certainly valid.
So campus, it's only the co-op center and then the subsidy.
co-op's not on campus.
Oh, sorry, the co-op, like Moss Street is on campus.
Near campus.
Well, but you're saying for students.
Yeah, sorry, for students, like it's accessible, like free, or like I actually don't know how it's subsidized, but yeah. So it's like the subsidy that the basic needs provides, or it's like this contract that provides them like a discount.
Yes.
Okay, I yield.
Yeah, but yeah, there is a childcare subsidy right now. Like there is,
Okay.
there's already, like Kyle said, there's $230,000 sitting in the account right now for folks to use that subsidy.
Okay.
Yeah, it's already done. Was that it?
Yeah, I said I yield.
I just have like a few general points. So one thing is, I know that there has been a lot of talk about just putting the money into the subsidies. The only thing I will say is that like I don't think it can be overstated like how convenient this childcare center is. As Senator Ducharme said, like it is literally like right by these people's homes. And I think that for a lot of these people, like having to apply for a stipend, having to go downtown or to Moss Street, wherever, and find another place to drop their child off, that will add like so many complications to their life. And that's not me saying like I fully think that we should fund them like $900,000. I actually really do not. I just think that it's something important to keep in mind because it's not as easy as, oh, we'll just like reallocate the funds and they can find another childcare center. It's like we are like completely disrupting a parent's life. And if we have to disrupt it, we have to disrupt it. But I don't think we should do it like lightly. Not to say you guys are. It seems like we're having very good conversation. But the only other thing I will say is also like on CFC, we've had a lot of talks about how sustainable the funding is.
Okay, sorry, Eleanor, I gotta catch you.
Oh, sorry.
Peters.
I just wanted to say two things. The first thing is that to back to Senator Bo's point, I actually have a good friend who works there and their current pay is not competitive. When they started working there, they got paid $13.20 an hour. And now after being there for about a year and a half, they get paid $16 an hour. So yeah, just wanted to add that point. And then my question is, if they aren't funded, if they have, like, what in your opinion would happen? Like
Right now, we're funding half. They get half from the people who use them, and then they get half from us. And also, yeah, that's it. And by competitive, I didn't necessarily mean that they had high wages, because I knew that's not what I was with Victoria. I more just meant that there's varying wages around town, and people tend to like work where they like. People will still work those jobs tend to, but I'm not trying to make any, like, yeah, it's very low. That's a very low amount for probably the work they do. That is also another consideration that we've had. If we can't pay them what, like, if they're worth, you know what I mean? Did you find, is that from?
That was from last year.
That was from last year, from what they did, and we cut some things, Hunter was there with us, we cut the. What's it called? Their trip or their, do you remember what it was called? It was like a trip and then they're part of their degree. One of the people was getting a degree.
Are you sure that this is from last year, because at the top it's 2024, 2025, 2026.
By 20, I mean like this.
It's projected numbers
Yes.
from last year.
Yes, this is for this year, this is what we, yes, that's what I was trying to say, from last spring. F-25, FY.
Did that answer your question?
Yes, I have one more question, is that okay? And then in the bargaining, like, are they accepting, like, how is the bargaining going? Like, can you give us a better picture of that?
I mean, the bargaining is mostly us, I mean, Daniel was also the tag on this, it was us being like, "Lo, you don't have a lot of money to fund you at, this is what the issue is. There's other programs for student government, this, and just trying to explain how like we don't have the sustainable future growth that they need." Cause they went from, if you look back in the past thing, they went from about 600K to a like 400 to like 400K request. It was a massive jump from where they were at, and they were operating at, so. Yeah, does that answer your questions? If you look through the past, like where they budgeted from, where they, in their increase, it was a large jump last year.
Thank you, I yield.
So we have 5 more people on speaker, and I want to make something clear that we have to vote on these today. These have to be voted on today, this cannot be tabled, and we have a presentation to get through from Hunter for the exec still. And we are 20 minutes away from the line meeting. So, I have Fisher, Pinheiro, Ducharme, and Moreno, and Cole on speakers. You good to go?
No, you just answered what I was gonna ask.
Wonderful.
Thank you. I think something that I just wanted to say earlier, when we started having this discussion, I think I noticed that there were a lot of like side conversations happening and people seemed to be distracted and it was kind of hard to pay attention. And I think that since we're like voting on these really important things that involve a lot of money and will like inevitably affect people's livelihoods, I'm just asking that, you know, in the last like, we've been here for 3.5 hours, as it gets closer and as it gets later, like we take this seriously, because these are really important decisions that will affect people. I yield.
Thank you. Pinheiro?
I just kind of wanted to ask if you have like talked to Moss Street or other childcare centers, because I know that with an influx of people, like Moss Street already has a waiting list that's like months long. And I kind of think we know where this is gonna go. And with that, I think it's CFC's kind of job to try to mitigate that damage a little bit more and communicate these things with those groups before that happens, because I could just see this being like a really detrimental thing to a lot of people.
For sure, I reached out to them and yes, we are in contact with them. We were since the beginning of the year, we've been in contact.
Thank you, I yield.
Yeah, I want to ask what your next steps are in terms of deciding this, like what's going to be most impactful in the decision that CFC makes.
What y'all say here would be one, and then if you deny the benchmark, then that simplifies things, but if you don't, then it's gonna be us working with them, trying to get their costs down to 865, or to the number 865 and a little extra. So that would be us like having multiple hearings with them. It wouldn't just be like one budget hearing, it'd probably be at least 2, maybe even 3, and trying to work with them, trying to cut some of their costs down. That's kind of what I was planning on doing, and CFC met last Friday, and we didn't really feel very comfortable cutting it completely, and we also didn't feel comfortable adding the extra 900K. So that's kind of what we would do, is we work with them as much as we could until they would actually, unless they said like, no, we can't do this, and then that'd be that. So.
So
I think this would be my final point on this. Sounds like it's pretty split. I think in terms of where the money is going, I think it needs to stay at childcare. Where I differ is I think it is possible that we can, subsidize students that need childcare on an individual level to maintain that. Maybe it won't be a co-op. And it's a discussion for you guys. I think that's my suggestion that I think we need to start looking at more sustainable centers and continue paying for that. Probably not a co-op.
Great. Thank you. Okay, Jordan, thank you for your presentation. Thank you for your questions. Hunter, I'm thanking you in advance, but also thank you for bearing.
Alrighty, before you guys' eyes glaze over, my favorite noodle is eat on noodles. Yeah, okay. Anyways, hello everyone, my name is Hunter Doling, and while this gets set up, if you have not talked with me, I am the Executive Director of Finance, and I've taken one class on presenting, so bear with me. But this is not a me speaking to you, just giving you numbers. This is an active, please ask me a question in the middle of it if you have a question. Alrighty, let's go to slide 2. Hold on. Oh, 1 second. And yeah, okay, we'll just stop.
Send it to the Senate chat.
No worries, no worries. If you're going to be opening on your chat, the best way is to go to presenter view because there are transitions. Just saying. Alrighty, so.
Please,
Oh,
I'm just,
sorry.
yeah, no,
Just
Distracting. It's a little distracting.
okay, yes, we'll talk. Please continue, Hunter, I apologize. Sorry.
Don't apologize to me. Okay, so when we started this journey, exec had the potential goal of about 0% increase on the IV. At the time, we kept hearing, oh my gosh, there's so much carry forward, guys. There's so much carry forward, which indicated that money was not being utilized. So we wanted to look within each committee and make sure we were finding that money and reallocating it successfully for asking for more money, right? Okay. And we knew that next. We knew that collaboration next. Transparency next. And fiscal responsibility was our key goals. And we believe that next by working next extremely closely together with the 3 committees to reach this hefty goal. Next. Beautiful. Okay. So I'm a little laughing, these are hard numbers. Alrighty. Next. So you've probably seen this a few times. This is our current FY25 IP budget. It's about $9.7 million. This is how it's split up. You're probably gonna see this multiple times. So we don't need to go into it too much. But yeah, cool. Okay. So before I do a massive number vomit on you guys, I want to give you some context on exec's recommendations because we did so much collaboration with the 3 committees. We've come up with 2 scenarios surrounding the co-op. We keep the co-op and give them 865, or they possibly do not take that 865. You guys don't vote on it, yada yada yada. Alrighty, can you go to the next slide, please? One more back. Beautiful. Okay. So this is what you just heard. This is PFC, DFC, and CFC's numbers at the very top. That's how much they're asking for. And we're looking at a 4.85% increase to the IP. That sounds like a lot, but it's just $7. Okay. So that's plan 1. If we keep the co-op, we're funding them at 875. Okay. 865K, sorry. Next. This is our recommendation, and we came up with this with the input of all of the committees, so it's not just our ideas. As you can see, we are looking at a negative 0.75 decrease, and I'll explain how that's possible. Next. Okay, starting off with contracts finance committee. If the child care co-op does not take the $865,000, and if Senate does not approve it, we would reallocate 215,000 to the basic childcare subsidy, which we'd also increase from 50% to 75%. So it's 75% of your childcare costs be covered by us. This applies to any of our campuses, Portland, here, this applies to any childcare facility, but that's just that. And you can see on the right, that's kind of like the breakdown of the 2025 to 2026 allocations that we pulled from CFC, and we just got rid of the child care. At the bottom,
Clarifying question, when you say increase from 50% to 75%, are you saying how much of the wraparound cost is going to be subsidized by the funding, or how much of the increase in the money allocation to basically each childcare subsidy?
yeah, so it's gonna be how much it's covering your cost. If you are a student as a child and you're going to that childcare facility, we will cover 50% of that cost. The goal is to increase it to 75%, so you're only paying 25% of your overall costs.
Okay.
Perfect, okay, so you can see exec's benchmark is 2 million, 2.3, and that's just because we removed the 865. Next, so what are we gonna do with this co-op? We're obviously gonna put the 215 into basic needs. We also accounted for the 25,000 extra for that forensic hire that DFC talked about already. This is like not best case scenario, but best case scenario for the DFC committee specifically. So our benchmark is just 250,000 extra. I can do the math. Okay, next. Last but not least, PFC. So after talking with PFC Chair Tiara, we determined that we don't account for all the benchmark requests. This was before I knew about the 2.4, so that's why it's 2.1, but it still covers a decent amount of extra costs that we could possibly run into, and we're funding student orgs at a higher level than what PFC's benchmark is the bare minimum. So I think this would repair relationships with orgs that we've lost a lot of trust in, and it would show our support in everyday student activities. Like Tiara said, we had over half of the student body engaged with student orgs last year, so it does go a long way at this point. All right. Next, please. So just going back to the slide. Is this the slide yet? Sorry, yes. Yeah, isn't this exciting, guys? Yeah, okay. So with that being said, exec's recommendation would have a projected negative 0.75% decrease. And that's just $1 less. Okay, cool. This gives us plenty of leeway to add more funding where we think we need it, and we can also hit that 0.0% goal, but that's not mandatory. We're not looking at that anymore. We're just looking about all the possibilities of what we could do with a lower IFE increase initially, and what your ideas and everyone else's ideas are when we're going into that actual budget bonanza. Cool. Okay. Next. Again, this is just the legislative branch benchmarks, just to show you again, if you have any more questions on that, please just let me know. And just to clarify, exec is on board with either plan. The original plan was this plan, and we have no quorums with funding the child co-op. However, we do realize that it might not be financially not responsible, but we just might not be able to continue it, if that makes sense. And I have a lot of information on the co-op because I was there with the negotiations as well. I have all the numbers. So if you just ask any questions or need any more clarification, I will do so. Okay. Again, this was very collaborative of all three committees plus exec. And yeah, just to explain that. Hopefully this was very informative and gives you some more information while you vote. Next, please. That's my udon noodle, my cat. And questions?
I think I want to talk real quick. I had a couple of things to say from like the previous conversation we were having about the child care co-op center, but I thought I would just keep all of my thoughts until we present exec. Makes some sense. So yeah, just reiterating what Hunter said, this is not a this or that situation. This is a instead of, because we've been working really closely with all three committees, so instead of just presenting the same option, we just thought we would show you what we have been talking about, which were two separate options, so this is kind of what this is showcasing. The one thing that I want to say, I've just been hearing a lot of people being like cutting childcare. That's not necessarily the truth if we don't go with the childcare co-op center. I just don't want us to be throwing the word like cutting childcare, because it's not necessarily that we would be. So I just really want to be emphasizing that. I think it's just with certain, I mean, I'm not as involved with the conversation with the childcare co-op center. I just do remember one meeting we were all having where we did have a conversation with someone who was working at the center, and it's just what the staff is saying is completely different than what they're saying, and I'm just a little bit confused. And for me, as people who are put in charge of student money, and these students are trusting us to use their money responsibly, I just get nervous using that money and giving it to a facility who's not telling us how they're using it, and they're not being truthful. That to me is just a little bit worrying, because from what I'm hearing from Jordan, I'm hearing that if we don't give them money, they're gonna be shut down, that they're struggling, that there's so much happening. But then we got on a phone call with one of the staff members and we're asking all these questions, and we're hearing, oh no, it's going well. Oh no, we have a lot of people. No, we're well staffed. No, like the administration doesn't sit in and take care of the kids like we do. And so just little things like that is what I want us to keep in the back of our mind, because to me, if we do end up having a discussion where we give some money, or a majority of the money to the childcare subsidy, not only does that still help a lot of students, yes, it can make it a little bit difficult for other students, which that's unfortunate, and I would rather make it simple for all students, but to me, it will make it a little bit more difficult. However, we have talked a lot about collaborating with the Portland campus and making sure that all of our resources are available to the Portland campus, and something like a childcare subsidy where they're able to access it up there and they're not on this campus right now is one of those solutions. So I just think before we say cutting childcare, it's more, I fully agree with you with what you were saying. I don't want to take that money and spend it somewhere else. I do think that if we are going to be cutting the co-op center, that money should still be going to children. It's just how are we going to use it, how to make sure that it's responsible, that we're not using student money in a facility that's not being truthful with us.
I'd also like to pull up the fact that with a $100 discount at the child co-op, our 75% cover, you'd be paying 25% of what regular costs are. That's insane to put it bluntly. So just keep that on your mind, please, while you make this decision.
We're gonna have 45 seconds and let's sorry. And keep it really concise, and we just like we're echoing something echoing for you.
Just to clarify what I mean by they have exactly what you've been saying, be like, yeah, we're gonna close down if you don't give us this money. They've totally been that. We do have the numbers as was posted there, so I don't want to say they're not necessarily obfuscating the numbers, but the narrative they're saying is like, so just want to make that clear. I don't want to, yeah, that's all. And then also, yes, working with exec and all the other finance committee has been very collaborative. So yeah.
Miranda, I'm those.
In here, could you expand a little bit on your DFC recommendation for the $25,000 forensics hire?
Yeah, of course. Basically, when we talked with DFC, we looked at the original benchmark request, and that was what it was. It was about 79K, and they had cut it down to 154K, the forensics, because they just didn't know if that position was needed, which she talked about earlier. But we just wanted to have different avenues of what we would do with that 865K and what we would put it towards when we came up with this plan to present to you guys. So personally, I have no specifics on why. You'd have to talk with the FC a little bit on why they need that role, but this was just a way to show what we could fund.
Well, could you explain a little bit on why, if we had that extra money to allocate, you exec chose specifically to have that forensics hire increase? Because from my understanding in DFC, that was one of the preemptive cuts that we made.
Again, I don't know all the ins and outs of DFC. We just took their original budget and we said, they had some other preemptive cuts and I haven't looked totally into it, but we added everything back that they asked, pretty much. That they were saying, hey, we might add back if at the end of the budget, so, which is what it is.
Thank you, I yield.
Withers.
Okay, I'm a little confused because for the co-op center, it's $400 for non-students for the rate, and then for students it's $300. And if we don't fund that money, then the subsidy would cover 75% instead of 50%. So what if the co-op doesn't close down? So would that cover 75% of the $400, which would be $300 anyways? I'm confused about that.
Yeah, no worries. Basically, if they stay open, we would not move them up. Cause we wouldn't have the money to move, if that makes sense. So we're not cutting childcare, we're reallocating money to a different way to support childcare. And to put it bluntly, if they stayed open, we just wouldn't move the money, but I think getting 75% of your childcare costs covered is a little bit better of a deal than $100 off.
But 75% of that would be 75% of 400 is 300.
So we would cover 300 and you'd pay up.
And then you pay, okay, I see.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, the problem with that is this center has not been operating without our supports. And we've kind of had this symbiotic relationship. If we were to up and get funding, they wouldn't be able to just increase everybody up to the normal rates because they wouldn't have enough money to stay operating. So we kind of got ourselves in the situation of years of them getting the money and not kind of forcing them to keep up with the market and keep staying profitable and open. And they're not profitable, so they're not crazy, it's just not keeping up with costs.
Does that make sense? Well, that sounds nice, Rachel, it's just profit. Does anybody else want to speak? We didn't vote on CFC's benchmark, we haven't voted on exec's benchmark, so yeah, I'll entertain a question.
And we have to vote on both of them, certainly.
It is also a benchmark.
If we are voting for exec's benchmark, do we have to re-vote on all the other ones? Because they have different ones for PFC.
As stated, that we have, let's do it on the order of the agenda, so we can entertain a motion for CFC's benchmark. Dylan?
How?
Oh,
You don't need the mic.
sorry, I can't hear you. My question was, so I know we went over it in academic committee, but it's just a benchmark, right? So if we pass the benchmark at the end of the day, if the contract doesn't go the way we want it to, or they're not like working, that final budget or that final contract doesn't have to happen. Am I correct in that, or?
Yes, but this is Senate taking a stance on what we think.
Okay.
This should give us an idea of when we head to budget bonanza what we wanna do. This
Okay.
isn't just like, probably do, like, this is really like, I would think. Not binding, but it should give us an idea of proceeding on.
Right, okay, that's just what I wanted to make sure that this wasn't like binding, if that makes sense. Like, I know we were going over it in academic committee, but I just wanted to make sure that I was like, knew all the info.
For CFCs, how do we decipher between, like, can we go back to the two numbers and see?
CFC only presented one benchmark.
And that was with?
That was.
With
the co-op, that's up this year only after, so you can either.
So we move and then we
vote to approve
vote.
that or vote to deny that.
Oh, okay, so then do I need the number or can I just pull back up the number?
It was.
I move to approve CSC's benchmark for year 2025 for 2026 for 3,148,300.
Wrong.
Yeah, that's the wrong one.
That's no, it's just underneath.
Oh, 3,229,130.
Second and let's scroll.
Is it 229,000, that's the right one, or is it 60?
3,229,130.
Motion by Dylan, seconded, Scrub.
Can I say one thing? So for people voting, if yes on this is in support of.
Yes, is to say I approve that this should be the benchmark.
Yes, including that number for the co-op.
Right.
Yes, okay, I just want that to be clear, yes.
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 Peters.
Nay.
Maham. Bo.
Aye.
Potter.
Aye.
Ackman. Aye. Pinero.
Nay.
Loretta.
Nay.
Fisher.
Aye.
Withers.
Aye.
Ramirez Pineda.
Nay.
Nagaraj. Aye. Wu.
Aye.
Esbeck.
Aye.
What was that? Sorry.
Oh, I said nay.
Nay, okay. Stroh.
Nay.
Dillon.
Nay.
Ludeman.
Nay.
Ducharme. Aye. Cole.
Aye.
Garrity.
Nay.
Nay, and I say nay. Stand by voting. Okay. CFC's benchmark is not adopted at here. Right. Exec's benchmark.
Which one?
That's you, when you make the motion, you just tell me what number that you. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, that makes sense. Does everybody get that? Exact, okay.
No, we can't hear anything.
Exec's option is CFCs, but without the code.
9,377,000. No, it's just because it's for execs, keep in mind, exec is all
Everybody.
three committees, we are not separated, exec does all three, so that's for all.
Sorry, it's just not on the agenda, so I can't read off the.
Yeah, we can. Another next one? That's where. No, it's 9,347.
Dylan.
I move to adopt the executive branch's benchmark recommendation for 9,300,477.
Motion made by Dylan, second Ludeman, Hughes.
Aye.
Muhammad. Bo.
Nay.
Potter.
Nay.
Ackman. Nay. Pinero.
Aye.
Moreno. Fisher.
Nay.
Withers.
Aye.
Ramirez Pineda.
Aye.
Nakaraja. Wu. Wu.
Nay.
Esbeck. Tagtoon. Skrell.
Nay.
Dillon.
Aye.
Ludeman.
Aye.
Ducharme.
Nay.
Cole.
Nay.
Garrity.
Aye.
Nice. Say aye as well, Skrell.
Can I reverse my,
Amend your vote.
can I have my vote and say aye?
Yes, yes, stand by the lead council, please.
Yes. Did you say, Bella, did you say nay?
Yes.
This was the one without the call.
Basically, those who,
So you say,
if you reverse your answer, they're not exactly like.
It's the,
they kind of are like.
but it's not full, like. They don't take-
I mean, I.
To the number of the child. It wasn't fully.
Collaboration, transparency.
I'm sorry, I was.
Execs, okay. Okay, so just so that we're all clear, exec's recommendations for all three units, right, all three finance committees. And according to the. It was not adopted.
If the only part we're disagreeing on is the childcare center, is there any way around? Keeping us here? Is there any way to, I mean, like, genuinely, like, we're not disagreeing over the rest of the exec's budget.
Right.
I mean, clearly, so I don't know, I'm just asking.
So you're not disagreeing with the rest of the exec's budget, but the co-op that doesn't work, because if you want the co-op to stay, the rest of exec's budget, it's not possible. Because exec's budget for PSC and DSC is taking money from the co-op and separating it between the two, so that it has to all go together.
I'm gonna keep this short and sweet, but PSC has been in budget hearings for 2 weeks now, and we have about like 190 more to get through, and so we need to know, we're getting to a point in our budget hearings where we have to say to organizations, we don't know how much we're able to spend. And it's putting us in a position where we are kind of just like, for lack of a better term, blindly like hearing budgets, and we need to have a decision tonight. We needed to have a decision last week of how much money we can spend. And so, yeah, it sucks that we're here at 11:06 PM on a Wednesday night, but PFC, like, we need this done ASAP. We needed this done a while ago. And we don't know how much longer we're going to be able to operate without understanding our benchmark properly.
I just want to give some perspective since it seems like the only way that we can get through this is actually to vote on a benchmark. And I think that we should vote for without the co-op because it doesn't feel like it's something that's sustainable, and then eventually we will have to cut the co-op. So it might as well reform it now and offer a new subsidy that can offer childcare in many locations and not just one, which offers more opportunities for people, and we're still offering childcare.
Right now, then,
Yeah, to explain my nay vote, I'm just kind of confused on exec's benchmark not reflecting the entirety of the $800,000 that would not include co-op. It just seems like about a $400,000 difference, with 200,000 of it going to DFC and about 130 some thousand going to PFC. I'm just confused on where the rest of the money is. This benchmark.
Half need, half hunters, 100. Do you want to explain that for the next?
Yeah, again, guys, we all came up with this scenario, all committees. We didn't want to use the whole 865K because we wanted to have a little buffer of money for everyone else to decide, hey, what's a good idea to use this money? We're not here to tell you, hey, every single dollar of that needs to go to childcare, needs to go to someone else, because that's not exec's job, to be honest. We're here to listen from you guys and give our opinion. So.
Okay, I think I'm finally understanding where the confusion is. In exec's budget, not all 800,000 was reflected in the budget. Some of it was just, that's where some of the decrease came from. Not all of it was split into all of the different committees, which is kind of what I wanted to talk about right now. The negative percentage is showing you what like some of the money that could be used for, but we can go higher. It's what we're like, does that make sense? It doesn't have to be negative.
Is there a discrepancy in the amount because you're reducing the IP?
I think so, right, Hunter? I think it's not all of the 800,000.
Yeah, I didn't account for the 800,000.
Yeah.
Does that make sense, Priscilla?
Yeah, so not all
the
800,000.
discrepancy is the fact that they're not raising the IP, in fact they're decreasing.
Yeah, but
we don't have to decrease.
Which is what I wanted to say, like, this is just that idea, but we don't, and like we've said so many times, we don't have to stick to the 0% increase. I just wanna make sure we're using the money well, and if we're gonna be raising it, it's for a good reason. And so if we want to be raising the IP, we can, just what are we raising it for? And is it good because we're using student money? That's what it's about.
I think that answers. We still can contribute stuff, we still raise the IP if we want to fund something else. Like there's flexibility in executives, not like I'm.
Very quickly, I'm just gonna say the reason why I voted nay. There are so many conversations about having orgs or having departments be fiscally responsible. We are constantly asking them to check their carry forward accounts, constantly asking them to cut costs, and I think that has to come to the co-op center too. You cannot be running a child. My mother is the director of early learning and development for my tribe. She runs one of the best Head Starts in the country. That is not an exaggeration. And I've talked to her about the situation time and time and time again. There has to come a point where the co-op is proactive in their funding sources. If they are not looking at grants and like consistently relying on us as ASUO to be their sole funding source and along with the families, that's not fair. There has to come a point where they are proactive in their own funding sources, because we shouldn't have to like keep kicking the can down the road like this. And there just has to come a point where there's some responsibility on their side.
I move for a 5-minute recess. Everyone go to the bathroom, collect your thoughts, and let's come back and.
No, we got to vote on that. So is there a second?
Second.
Motion made by one second, all in favor. Those are the great, the EMU is closed, so please be respectful of the building. I'll see you back at 11:15.
I agree with that. Like
Benchmark get established in this, if their budget isn't reflecting that, so even if it's with $400, still. This is.
Yeah, same. I mean, like, if I just don't think it's reflect what I. Yeah, so I was just gonna. So, yeah, that's really fine. Yeah, negative.
Also a
number of
I'm like,
we didn't account for the extra because exactly, it's not. It's not. Oh, like, yeah. I just don't, I mean, it's doing contracts, it's like your ultimate decision to like do that, correct?
It's the committee's decision, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean, like ultimately, like they have to go through all these hearings with all those other considerations to then go through with that. This is just like a Senate informal stand.
Well, yes, this is like Kira said, guidance for the committees.
I can't we just vote no once it's and vote yes. So, why did it? I really love, yeah, I don't know why we're like, I never think anymore about CSP when we just. I think everyone's confused on the exec committee because it's like, oh, should we approve all of this? And they thought it was including the.
Also, at budget, all of this is going to have to go back through Senate for a formal vote to adopt this. As the EIP.
Just redone the vote and just done like, hey, we approve the. I'm gonna give you.
At all.
Like, hey, wait, it's 40 now, they're gonna feel like, that's what it's done, you know what I mean? That's why, we go around saying anything, check with Talika, it seems kind of shady. No, also right now, the numbers is listening to the deadline, like, you're gonna do that deadline, it's a little. Maternity.
Establishing benchmarks, that does not have to do with it.
I agree. But I do agree.
I would know. No, yeah, you're good.
It's fine, I'm not saying like. Right, no, I know, but I'm just saying in the benchmark that you presented, that's.
It's everything, like.
When they need to go.
The entire life, we change once we get our union contract, and
I need it, we're gonna go.
the first year of the Trump administration, like. No, we can't, but we will be able to by that time.
I think it's
Like, let's say.
really up to you. And it's.
That money's like. Wait, let the.
No, they are. I thought services. Exact ledge and judicial. Even with that, the OSA money being.
No, but that's the point. Yeah, and I mean, it's still kind of saying it's not worth it.
Collecting on out.
I like the top.
Like you said, we don't know. We don't know that.
That's like.
Yeah.
So you can pay for 100%. Well, you pay for it.
I don't actually find it. I think it's. I think it's.
You also need to talk safety.
Okay, take your seats, folks, we're gonna get started again.
That's my take.
Stress is like, oh, no deal. Anyway, you go like, they go up, like that's not.
This is where I'm leaning. I would want like. Right, you don't know if we need more for the, well, I agree with that, but I think like. it's kind of like a verbal commitment thing, but I want us to be able to like fund it to the best of our ability and just spend on it.
This feels like super.
It's a direction, but it's not.
Right.
So.
Also, I don't understand like.
Folks, take your seats, please.
We can move it toward center.
Okay, hold on. I understand.
No, that was.
Okay, I wanna make something really clear before we get started again. That the main reason that we have to vote on this tonight is, like Chair said, PSC and DFC right now have no idea what's going on. If we don't know if we're gonna have the money, if we're not gonna have the money, so what the deal is. Or whether or not the money's gonna stay in Charlotte. So. I'm gonna yield to Scro in a second, but I wanna make it very clear that this is because, so we can keep everything else cohesive and in line. Scro, either.
Okay, based on how the majority of us voted in the CFC vote, that means we should have voted yay to pass the exec budget. So I make a motion, move to approve. Adopt, thank you, the executive branch's recommendation of $9,300,000, $477.
Second, Withers, Panetta.
Motion made by Scro, seconded Withers. Is there any discussion? Vote.
Just make it clear, I think I'm gonna move towards and switch my vote and improve the exact benchmark, but I'm not sure if like I like the fact that we have some room to navigate with the extra 400,000. We're not limiting ourselves because for some reason I thought that the other 400K was going elsewhere. Like this is my thought process. I think if we approve this exact benchmark, we can tell co-op and say like this is what's gotten approved. You need to figure your shit out or you're gonna be done, right? Second option is if we let's say we need more than 400K to subsidize the students, or Mott Street is full, then we can use that extra money and go, what if we pay for more student workers and increase short-term that way? I was just worried about the fact that it was binding, in the sense that we're only gonna use 400K, or this is our benchmark, but you get my drift. So that's why I'm gonna move towards saying yes for the.
So the decision that in my mind that was made last Friday in CFC came to the fact that essentially I was pushing this to Senate because I think, and CFC as general, had the mindset that, okay, one, Senate should also be part of this conversation, and two, damn it.
Yield. It's fine. Okay. Right.
I just want to say that I will keep my nay vote because, though not binding, this benchmark reflects a decrease in the IV that I don't agree with. And if that 400,000 is still up in the air for us to use, it would be included in this benchmark, and it is not. So I yield.
Okay, we ready to vote? Peters.
Just to be clear, we're voting on the exact benchmark.
Exact benchmark.
Without the child factor.
Without childers.
Right, aye.
Mohammed. Vote.
Aye.
Potter.
Aye.
Ackman.
Nay.
Niera.
Aye.
Moreno.
Nay.
Fisher.
Aye.
Withers.
Aye.
Ramirez Pineda.
Aye.
Nagarajan. Aye. Wu.
Aye.
Esbeck.
I'm sorry, can you please start?
Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Peter.
Aye.
Lopez. Sorry, Mohammed.
Aye.
Vote. Potter.
Aye.
Ackman. Pinera.
Aye.
Moreno.
Nay.
Fisher.
Aye.
Withers.
Aye.
Ramirez Pineda.
Aye.
Nagarajan. Aye. Wu. Wu.
Aye. Sorry, I was trying to unmute my microphone.
Aye.
Agnew.
Aye.
Scrum.
Aye.
Dillon.
Aye.
Lindo. Ducharme. Barry. Sorry. Cole. Barry.
Aye.
I say aye. Pinero, you revote.
Aye.
Morena,
Nay.
Fisher.
Aye.
Exec's benchmark is adopted. Okay, to the chairs and the directors and the committee members, thank you all for your time and hard work and. And now we'll move on to exec, Dylan.
I move to extend the agenda by however, half an hour, 40 minutes, I don't know.
Half an hour works. Motion made by Dylan, second by Elizabeth, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, so they're great. We're gonna move on to our executive branch updates, VP of Bucket.
Awesome. Okay, let's get out of here quick. I'll keep it brief. We also did meet for exec this past Tuesday, so not many reports to give. 3 new student organizations have officially been approved after the EPRC hearings. Woo! Awesome. Oregon Mindfulness, Rising Star Project, and Jewish Voices for Peace are the 3. The Diversity Action Plan Committee met this past Monday. So future projects are in the works in regards to hiring policies, cultural competency trainings, and event programming checklists. So it was awesome, and looking forward to our next meeting because we're going to do some really good work. And Portland Executive Designee is still ongoing, meeting with Ducharme and Esbeck tomorrow as well. And that is all I have.
Great, thank you. Finance Committee reports, VP Garrity, you can also do VP updates. Thank you.
No VP updates are coming to mind right now. I think I'm then I'll send them in the chat. For PSC updates, budget hearings have been going for about 2 weeks now. Yeah, those are going fantastic. For late budget requests, in case anybody gets any inquiries, orgs are allowed to submit late budget requests until basically the form is open until March 31st. If an organization submits a late budget request, then they may have the chance to be heard during the appeals process, should we have the funds to do so.
CFC.
Very quick, no meeting this week, but next Friday will be the first budget hearing, with the ASUO Legal Center. And then also, nope, those are the 2 things.
No, we just passed a athletic bands resolution and we toured the theater today. So that was cool. And we will be on the field with the athletic bands this Saturday for the game.
Awesome. Okay, University Senate update. University Senate today went to the president's house and met with the people at University Senate. But also along with this update, I'm actually really thrilled to announce that I met with the provost today, Dr. Long, and we are announcing a lot of a new policy that's going to be coming for the University Senate, talking about the textbook article from a few weeks ago, where basically we're excited that there's going to be a conflict of interest policy that will prohibit, it's going to get stronger than the one that currently has, it's going to prohibit that from ever happening again on any of our campuses. In addition to that, the student that came, Tyler, to talk about the deadline thing, I spoke to the University Senate president today, and we're actually looking at it, and there seems to be a lot of support for moving back that arbitrary 7-week deadline. Good news. And so, yeah, you're just having a good time, and we have the University Senate next week, so we'll keep posted. And executive reports, Chair Esbeck, anything for us?
Not much to report. If you ever get tired of spreadsheets and numbers, come to academic committee at 5:30 on Wednesdays. Also, everyone wished Jordan a happy birthday. It was his birthday yesterday, and he's doing a lot of great work.
Oh, sorry. Okay, quickly. Just everyone, I know I keep on saying it. Please, please, please do your office hours, sign in, sign out, do every hour. Otherwise, next week you're getting a grievance and we mean it.
Okay, thank you, Bob.
And then, oh wait, sorry. Also, okay, there's been like some confusion about like the CFC, DFC, PFC hearings. I know we've been like discussing it a lot, so just go to 3 PFC hearings, 2 DFC hearings, 1 CFC hearing, fill out the form, sign in, boom. Also, if someone could remind me of when the cultural competency training is, that would be great. Okay, I yield.
By 3 PFC hearings, you mean 3 nights of PFC hearings. PFC hearings usually run pretty late. I understand that. You're not required to stay the entire time, but please like try to stay for like a good portion of it.
Okay.
It's the entire, like the entirety of the hearing, if that makes sense, like the schedule, like in the.
Yes, the reasoning behind it is that hearings on average usually run about 20-30 minutes. And I don't think, as like non-finance senators, I don't think that gives you a good idea of what PFC actually does and what the needs of organizations are. And so this is more of to help you guys understand like why orgs, may request surplus or why they're asking for certain line items of budgets and help you guys understand more about like how organizations' budgets are constructed.
Yeah. I do respectfully think that this should be a longer conversation because we're not PFC, we're not on like any finance committee and we already have office hours, we have our own academic committees that we go to. And I mean, unless I don't think finance senators should have to go to an academic, like go to like our separate like senator. I don't know. I think that's asking a lot. And a lot of time that I do not have. And it's not already in my schedule because that's not my role. So I think it should be an ongoing conversation if it can be.
Connor?
Oh, I was just seconding Senator Cole because I think that with the new requirements already, with having to go to org events, which I think is great. I think that's so much for me as CFC. I have to go to my CFC hearings, I have to go to my 3 org requirements, then stay for 3 evenings at PFC. Like next week I literally have 3 midterms. And then the next week I have 2 midterms and it's week 6.
I also think that like since people didn't know about this from the start of the term, it's a lot. Like my schedule for the next 3 weeks is already like I know what's going on. And so just to have like full evenings, I don't even think I have like full evenings that I can commit and I want to. But I think since it was just kind of like thrown at, I don't know. I second what says that that's a big commitment. And I don't want that to take away from all the work that PFC does, because like you are doing that work and showing up in those ways that we're not.
Actually, no, you know what, I'll tell you what, for now, the three that are outlined in whatever it is, the Constitution, the Senate rules, stick to that right now. Again, this can be a more ongoing discussion, but I think for right now, just for clarity, we're all, want to go home, and I think that's what I'm gonna say there. Treasurer Brandon, do you have any updates?
I do not.
Okay, great. I'm gonna go to my update. I'm gonna do it really quick, and then I have something to say. DFC hearings are on Friday, from 12 to 5, right, Kyle? Is someone, okay, we'll send you the schedule, but the reason I bring this up is because DFC is not meeting with all of our tags for budget hearings, so there's less, and you need to go to 2. So I will share that with you so you know which one to go to, but a lot of them are going to be, some of them are going to be this Friday.
3 to 6 this Friday. They will all be on Zoom. The link should already be sent in your emails.
Okay, great, thank you. U of Ed Center t-shirt giveaway, I sent a thing in the LASUO, so please share that with your networks. I was asked, and I think that's a group on campus that we often sort of neglect to represent a lot of the times. And so I would ask you all to not only go to you, but share it with your friends. Friday's cultural competency training is canceled because the lack of time and space and all that. So
Jordan, happy birthday. The clerks told me to remind you, or there's a sign up sheet by the office hour sheet to get your email signatures and pictures all set up in your email, and they really want you to do this. So stop by during your office hours if you have time. Distribute these to the clerk. Yeah, okay, and the last part of my update is if you click on this thing here. This is the letter that we've been talking about for Nicole. We're not gonna read it right now. But I want you, actually, well, I'm gonna send this off to the committee later this week. I wanted to put it on the agenda so you all have an opportunity to read it. If you scroll down, it's signed on behalf, all the way down. It's signed on behalf of all the current members, keep scrolling. All the current members of ASUO and some former members, including past clerks, and so.
My first name's misspelled.
Okay. We're gonna make sure. But yeah, so please read that. If you don't want your name on it, take it off or let me know. But that is what's gonna go up to the committee. Other than that, we just need a motion to approve the minutes from last meeting and to adjourn.
I move to approve the minutes from October 30th, 2024.
Motion made by Ducharme, second Scroll, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Other? Great.
Second scroll.
Motion made by Luke, second Dylan, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we're good, we're great. Take your name tag to the end of the table, please.